shit like that, right? They get out of a lot of. Oh, that was the other thing. When countries are reporting their like energy and their climate, how they're getting to their climate objectives, you know what they're not actually including anywhere in those numbers? It's fully excluded. Their military. Yeah, fully excluded. Just you don't talk about that at all. Fucking that, and that's how they're hiding it from us, right? That's how our politicians and our elected leaders and the elites are deceiving all of us in really fucked up ways.
You guys followed me for 2 blocks, harassing me for more than 2 blocks. Like 8 of you fucking idiots. It's all
Yeah, burn
filmed.
pits are fucking horrible. God, we are a one-party state. I agree. We're definitely in the Utah party. I need to go get a thing to drink water real quick. So I'm gonna turn the audio up on this a little bit and be right back.
The whistle brigade just got blown.
Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Walk away, bitch.
These guys are really annoying, aren't they? Fucking Jesus. I really appreciate y'all coming to this stream, and I'm probably gonna. I think I'm feeling good. I'm gonna I'm gonna go look at some of these other, make sure nothing else is happening. I think I'm gonna probably close the stream out at 10, just so everyone knows. Anybody who's trying to stick it out, but I'm glad we were able to sync and talk about all this. Let's go back and look at B Sky. Oh, good. Good. Finally, the UK is going to ban fucking X. Finally, companies are starting to ban fucking X.
You are not letting me type, and it's driving me crazy. What is your fucking deal, dude? What is your deal?
God, this is... Actually, let's turn this off. This is... Sorry, that siren has to end. Wow, Philadelphia. Cool. Very heartening to see all the different communities coming together. Super heartening. Yeah, let's go back here. We have to get money out of politics. Super important. And that's one of the things that the Nazis that I realized, the Patriot Front people, like they've just abandoned the idea that there even is, that we should have democracy at all. And like they're not interested in even talking about democratic reforms. They just want dictatorship. They just want to be in charge. And the problem is they're not in charge from their perspective. But yeah, getting money out of politics, absolutely critical. Wittershins clockwise. I'm glad you enjoyed. I'm glad. I definitely, these are, I don't know. Talking is just very, I spent a long time in retail. It brought me here. Break your illusions. That Tommy guy is the personification of ignorance and stupidity. It's really important to see this Tommy guy as like, he really is a model. If you understand Tommy, you understand a big constituency of Trump's base of white men who are disillusioned, who in and out of the criminal justice system, you know, like really they're not doing well at all, like and he's bilking them for everything, you know, all their fucking money at the same time too. Yeah, notice all 3 streams are the same people. Exactly. Like, you'll get all these streams. Like, we got 4 cameras on the exact same, like, group of, you know, 50 protesters or whatever, just hanging out. And how it always works is that, like, the dynamic is always good. Oh, good. He said that this girl's on OnlyFans. I'm like, That's great. You should wear your fucking OnlyFans ad on your fucking shirt. I bet a lot of these chuds would pay her fucking money, you know? But, I mean, it's, these people in Portland go to protest ICE. They do these vigils. Then other people show up specifically because to fuck with those people, because to them, the idea that these people would go demonstrate against this stuff is offensive and like all, again, this is like that right-wing troll energy where they just want to hurt, they just want to be cruel, they just want to fuck with people. That's Tommy at a core. New pronunciation from June Navziger.
Thank you.
God bless ICE. We love ICE. We love ICE. ICE is nice. God bless ICE. ICE is nice. Oh shit.
Look at how many phones are out and all this shit too. Just like phones and phones. It was really funny before all this shut down, you know, is like in October was just the absolute ridiculous, when it all became so clear how fucking just dumb all these people are doing this shit. I had a friend who worked inside turbochargers on ship engines. They're ginormous. Yeah, and a lot of those jobs are like dangerous too. Bully culture is what makes me so sick. Their entire culture is insult based. Like when I was 5, Skycatlive. Yeah, I mean, when you let's since this is all let's go. I don't know if y'all watched my video on this recently, but I think now's a good time. Oh, there's our boy. Here's our boy, Political Drain. Yeah. Fuck, I forgot his name. What's his name?
Drill Sergeant. And yeah.
Drill Sergeant, that's right. This guy was super cool. I really like this guy. We're gonna go to my channel and we're just gonna look at Jonathan Cho because it truly is worth breaking this down really quick and just I think some of you have probably already seen this, but we're only gonna watch the interaction with this guy. This is Jonathan Cho. So this is gonna be familiar to some people, but he's like one of these fucking grifters.
Oh my
God, Squid Tips, how are you?
Hey, no, don't fucking touch me, you fascist piece of shit. You belong in a fucking jail cell.
I was gonna say what's up.
How did you get out of hitting
Motorcycles
that guy?
are
I wondered
gay.
how to ask, like, what happened?
Why don't you take off your helmet? Man up again. You're scared, aren't you? You're
That doesn't
scared.
work on me a second time. I could just
Exactly.
show him the video the first time and
Do it.
watching you shit your pants.
Yeah, man.
So how'd you get out of hitting that guy?
I don't know what you're talking about,
How'd you
man.
get out of hitting
How's
that?
the
No,
theft? You
you don't
stealing
know, you
cans of
didn't
soda
wa-
again? You tell everyone to do gay crimes?
What does that mean, gay crime?
I don't know. You said it. What's a gay crime?
I just want to know how
Be
you
gay,
did
do
that.
crime. I'm
Is
sorry, I
assault a
misquoted
gay
you.
crime? Is that what? Because he
Hey, how's that? You find a new job, or are you professional YouTuber now, full time?
Yeah, well, I made a whole bunch of money doing my cybersecurity job, so I can just kind of hang out and do whatever I want.
Congratulations, man. I'm
It's
glad.
pretty awesome, yeah, I know. My family actually likes me,
So
so
what do
I
you think
still
about
talk
that?
to them.
What do you think about this?
I think your wife still doesn't talk to
Yeah,
you. I
look
think
at that.
Your,
You wearing
your daughter doesn't talk to
no
you.
helmet.
You're
There
pretty,
you go.
You're
You're scared.
miserable fucking
How's
guy.
your boyfriend, huh? The one with the
Is
penis.
that-
The
no,
boy with the penis.
no, I know it's fucking
I gotta get
hilarious.
down there.
I know that for you, like these childish fucking games are like really funny. Yeah. Do you want to go back to your house in
I'm gonna show
Bellevue?
you who my team is.
So he starts playing this little follow me game, which is so funny because literally this is the exact interaction I had with Cho the very first time I met him. I didn't even know it was Jonathan Cho. I had just showed up it was when the federal workers were all fired and there was an event out there and I just kind of showed up in Black Bloc. I didn't ride. I took
appreciate
off
this.
work. I was there on my fucking lunch and I saw him harassing people, haranguing people, and I ended up following him and he took that exact same path down that escalator, running down it. But like, I'm not trying to run him off. I just want to talk to him. I find the fascist mind to be quite fascinating. I did think offering me a pound was pretty hilarious. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We can. Let's do the analysis now. Like, first off, this is the meme. This is actually again, if you really look through this moment, like you will really understand a lot about the fascist mind. So I walk up to him. This guy, y'all, this guy is the reason I got fired. Like, straight the fuck up. This guy contacted I have tweets of him adding Nordstrom over and over and over. Going through my videos, like finding little clips to clip them. And I'll show you. One of the things he says here is a reference to the video that Nordstrom actually said was the reason they were firing me, because I was talking about theft. But this guy has waged a war to get me fired, which he thought that was gonna destroy me. He thought I was gonna be gone after that. Like, he really did. He went so hard on me. He contacted a right-wing fucking dipshit journalist just up north of me in Linwood, who reached out to me at the same time and was like trying to, hey, I heard, he left me a message. It was like, I heard you're harassing a local journalist named Jonathan Cho. And I was like, who the fuck is this guy? And I go look, and he wrote a hit job piece about me that was like, Antifa terrorist threatens local journalist. And it's like very clear they've known each other for a long time. Like, he's just trying to get in the game, right? This guy has attempted to destroy my life. And the moment he sees me, his first response is, hey, Squid Tips, how you doing, man? Let me give you a pound. Because these people, and this is my theory, these people are so used to operating fake. Like, they are not real people. And they do not understand that other people don't operate like that, because they're also surrounded by people like that, right? Like, he's around Cam Higbee, who is very similar, where Cam Higbee is not the same person in real life as he is. Like, he is very much like flipping through personalities, and like there's not a lot of solid shit there. So he sees me, and I think he panics.
What kind of propaganda you making today,
Oh
Joe?
my God, Squid Tips, how are you?
Hey!
Like, this isn't his buddy. He's alone with me. And that is like, I think that kind of gave him a little bit of panic. Like, that fist, hey man, how's it going? I got you fired. That's a person who is, and this is also probably tactical. I call this friendly fascism. But like, this also could totally be tactical, where it's like, hey, it's all fun in the game, right? We're just playing a game, right? And it's like, no, man, you got me fucking fired. You harass trans people. You openly say bigoted shit. You like to get a rise out of people, and you fucking gave my name because he's part of the Antifa cry table. He's in this video clip next to like Pam fucking Bondi and like Cash fucking Tell, you know, like
attack our courthouses. They dox our law enforcement officers. No more. They are a terrorist group, and we are coming after them.
Part of the problem that we have is that a lot of people refuse to believe that Antifa is real. It is just a made-up thing, but I have seen them. They are real, they are dangerous, and they are violent.
They are an organized, systemic, international criminal enterprise.
I've been attacked by Antifa, doxxed by Antifa, harassed by Antifa, but we're not standing down. We're now coming for you.
Like, so understand that operate. What? Motherfucker, you're gonna send me a fucking pound? Fuck you. Like that, but again, going back to the analysis, like, this is how the fascist mind operates, is it's just like, there's no history here, there's no real. So then when I tell him that, I'm like, hey, where is it? Yeah, let's see.
Do it.
So I'm like, you belong, don't fucking touch me, you fascist. You belong in a fucking jail cell. I make it extremely clear. Like, we're not fucking homies, dude. What are you fucking talking about? So then I immediately move to, hey, how did you get out of hitting that guy that you struck in the fucking face? How did you get out of that? And he literally, the first thing he says here, where he says, why don't you take your helmet off and talk to me like a man? That's literally his quote from this moment right here.
There you go. Stay away. Don't come.
Do you know what's going on over here, buddy?
Don't even come near me.
Do you know what's going on over here,
I'm
buddy?
here to cover it.
What, cover what?
Now you gotta bring reinforcements, like I said.
Everybody around these reinforcements, dog. I don't need reinforcements, motherfucker. I'm just here. I'm like me. I'm not scared of the truth.
Take off the helmet and talk to the man. There you go.
Yeah. You know what these people are here doing?
They're here to target the mayor of Seattle, not your community.
Why?
Because
what do you mean, why?
he blamed
what are they doing Saturday, dog? What are they doing Saturday, dog? Oh, you don't have time to tell people what's the drill, what's fucking happening, dog? Oh, shit!
Anyway.
Oh, shit!
So I'm like, hey, how the fuck did you get out of that, dude? And he doesn't want to answer that question. So he literally, he quotes himself word for fucking word. Why don't you take the helmet off? Just, right? He references it and then he says, I don't know what you're talking about. And then he says, why don't you go back to stealing and doing gay crime? Because that's the video that he got me fired, that Nordstrom specifically referenced when they fucking fired me. They were like, we're a retailer. That was like their get out of jail free card. They were like, thank fucking God, this guy's never gonna be able to sue us because he said something about like fucking petty theft being okay. Anyway, so yeah, and then he's a coward that walks me to his buddy. I thought he was trying to get me arrested. Like, he has private security, and I'm pretty I think they're connected to ICE. Like, I legitimately think because he's so connected to the FBI and shit. I think he is yeah, I think that's what I believe. So I was like, fuck you, dude, and I got the fuck away from him because I was like, this guy's trying to get me fucking arrested. This guy's gonna get me thrown into a fucking prison cell. Yeah, no, I definitely want to be the ghost that guy fucking. I mean, yeah, I won't go too far. Adaptation is the key. Yep. Let's turn on our. Sorry, let's turn on our.
I can't go any further.
Oh, this is all just horse shit. Never mind. This is all. I think he has audio on every single one of these streams at the same time. No, NT Cotex. Is that? Oh, these are individuals. So Patriot Shane, this guy's a proud boy. Like, this guy's a proud boy who hangs out with fucking. He also comes armed. This guy usually comes with a fucking AR. Like, he was showing, like, he randomly just showed up with a fucking open carrying an AR. It's like, what the fuck, man? Sorry. Yeah, Skycatlive. It really, hating them is not a useful emotion, but understanding them is important for sure. Yeah. Yeah. He called you Trantifa. Yeah. Oh, and he's like your boyfriend. You know, that's obviously like, that's a transphobic joke. And it's like, you know, the one with the penis, and I'm like, why do you think my girlfriend has a penis? That's weird. I don't know. Again, he's very just looking for anything to piss me off though, because he's trying to get the attack. Yeah. Hey buddy. Yeah, hey buddy. And yeah, he is a coward too. That's the other thing about it. He is definitely just a fucking coward. All right, y'all. I'm gonna begin the process of wrapping up. Does anybody let's go back to the important video here. Does anybody have questions for me? I'm sorry, I'm fixing this. I'm gonna.
Let's just quickly go back to the beginning. As a young man, Epstein scammed his way into a teaching job at an elite private high school, despite not having any qualifications.
Yeah, we watched all this. Okay, so let's look at the downfall of Jared Leto. Jesus.
Hyphenate creep with so many accusations and just like stated facts. It is a shock that anybody would ever cast him in a movie, but somehow he keeps getting cast in these big budget, like supposed to be box office smash hits, even when every single time he's in those movies, they flop. I genuinely think that his presence in these big movies is actually box office poison. So today I want to do a deep dive into Jared Leto and show exactly why he is this Botoxed tumor on the film industry. It's a little bit intense. But we're going to be talking about his method acting nightmares where he's tormenting people on set.
Some really horrific gifts.
I got so many weird things.
Sticky Playboy magazines.
Who did you send you to?
Oh, everybody.
As well as the multitude of allegations from women, including minors, and also the literal cult that he's running. Well, let's start with the most famous and one of the darkest things I've ever heard, which is his method acting as the Joker in Suicide Squad. He famously gave a bunch of gifts to his co-stars, which included a live rat, bullets, a dead pig, anal beads, used...
Hey, start over.
Jared Leto is a multi-hyphenate creep with so many accusations and just like stated facts. It is a shock that anybody would ever cast him in a movie, but somehow...
Oh no, he's an Ezra Miller? I didn't know. Why did we do this? I thought
even when
I've not
heard.
heard.
Time he's in those movies, they flop.
I've not heard.
His presence in these big movies is actually box
so
office
okay,
poison. So
can we talk about how the Marvel universe? Just, I don't know, Zack Snyder, whoever runs that whole fucking shit, the whole Marvel universe, right? Can we talk about how Hollywood is like full blown, completely excusing these child rapist dudes who have like cults? They're like completely excusing it. They're handing them $200 million and shit, and they're just like, all right, prove it in the fucking world press or whatever. And they just like bail them out, and they have the lawyers that like erase all the signs, and they have NDAs signed, and they like placate the victim or whatever it is they do. But it's like, Jesus Christ, like, do we want Hollywood just continuing to make kings? I'm talking like the amount of money this guy, Jared Leto, has, he's almost like a king, sort of. Should we let Hollywood make kings out of pederasts? I'm just saying. That's what I'm after here. It's just like, how much excusing of really bad behavior have we been doing? You know, I don't know.
Today I want to do a deep dive into Jared Leto and show exactly why he is this Botoxed tumor on the film industry. It's a little bit intense. But we're going to be talking about his method acting nightmares where he's tormenting people on set.
Some really horrific gifts.
I got so many weird things.
Sticky Playboy magazines.
Who did you send you to?
Oh, everybody.
As well as the multitude of allegations from women, including minors, and also the literal cult that he's running. Well, let's start with the most famous and one of the darkest things I've ever heard, which is his method acting as the Joker in Suicide Squad. He famously gave a bunch of gifts to his co-stars, which included a live rat, bullets, a dead pig, anal beads, used condoms, sticky mags, a love letter, which alone, like, I know this is a known thing, but I don't feel like we process. You cannot do that at all. That's so, like, you cannot do that. I don't care if we're on a movie set. What are you doing? And look at how Viola Davis talks about it. Just look at the question she's asked right here and how she answers.
Suicide Squad. Yeah. The Joker. Yeah. He did some bad things, Jared Leto did.
The interviewer said, I want to ask you about Suicide Squad. And Viola Davis said, as if remembering a war, oh yes, the Joker. Like, not my role in the Suicide Squad, my experience making that fun movie. It was just trauma. Jared Leto, he did some bad things.
Really?
She continues.
He gave some really horrific gifts. He had a henchman who would come into the rehearsal room, and the henchman came in with a dead pig and plopped it on the table, and then he walked out. And that was our introduction into Jared Leto.
How are you gonna do that to Viola Davis? A dead pig. The look in her eyes.
What's our Jared?
And that's, like, to be honest, one of the more tame things that he said. He said, use
That was our introduction to Jared Leto, was a dead pig. So that lady's serious too. That lady's not fucking around. She's like, yep, dead pig, bitch, dead pig. I believe her. What? Like, yeah, what happened to all these nuts? There's like Russell Brand and Jared Leto and like, who's the other one? There's like another one. Oh my God, they're like, these people are so weird. They're so weird. Ezra Miller. Ezra Miller is the guy who plays the Flash and Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. And like, I'm sorry, but it's like, why did Hollywood spend $600 million on these crazy fucking dudes for like 3 movies or whatever it is, like 5-10 movies? Why did they blow like $600 million on these guys? They can full blow. You know what Ezra Miller did? He kidnapped a 14-year-old girl. I mean, I don't know what to call it. I guess groomed a 14-year-old girl, a Native American girl. He literally like white guyed his way up to a Native American fucking reservation. Got this little girl addicted to fucking heroin and got her to run off with his ass. That's what Ezra Miller did. That's the Flash. You know, I don't like Marvel. People ask me why I don't like Marvel. Because I think about shit like this. I wish I'd never heard about this. How much excusing of really bad behavior are we doing? You know, the Jeffrey and the P. Diddy stuff. You know, I know most people don't want to focus on that stuff because it's slop, but I mean, it's like, I don't know. I'm kind of more like, okay, I'll tell you what this, I told my mother at dinner tonight, I was like, this phase of my life, I've got like a whole phrase for it and everything. She's like, what's that? And I was like, don't meet your heroes. Don't meet your heroes. I fucking loved Jared Leto and most of the stuff he's done. From Fight Club to Jordan Catalano to like, you know, all the stuff he's done. Dallas Buyers Club was really good. Yeah, whatever. Or what else? I don't know. There's other ones. So, but it's like, yeah, but Jared Leto wasn't like super amazing. I think he was just like pretty good. You know, he was pretty good. So like, but now they're add another actor to the fucking list. It's like, how excusatory has Hollywood been about child sex? It's not that I'm obsessed with TMZ shit. It's more like the depth of the gall, the sheer gall of the depths of their depravity as they hand $200 million to Jared Leto or $200 million to fucking Ezra Miller. The depths of their fucking depravity is something that I honestly have found shocking. It's fucking shocking. I can't get over it in my head. I keep thinking about it all the time. Suge Knight bailed out Tupac and I went and told like, what's that guy's name? The guy's video we watched earlier, Jazzy or whatever. I was like, go ruin Tupac. He's dead. Who cares? Go ruin Tupac's legacy. Go make some money off of it. Because I want the world to know that motherfucker was a rapist and we totally excused it. There's a victim somewhere. And we totally excused her crime. And that's like, as the public and as, you know, just as like community, we totally failed whoever that victim is. And now I just can't listen to Tupac ever the same. To know that one of your favorite fucking artists is a fucking rapist makes me fucking sick. That's I hope anyways, that's like the big one. I don't know. I think he was the biggest one. That's like, what? Motherfucker. Oh, I have a star. Yeah, I do. I better just teleport out of here, huh? You're gonna log me, aren't you, if I don't fucking touch it? Don't log me. I don't want to log. I don't want to log. Yeah, you're not gonna shoot. Okay. I don't pay attention to these things. They can shoot. They can not shoot. Yeah, like I guess they do shoot. Okay. Well, I don't care. You fight them or whatever. My cord is now dying like over and over again. This cord is dying. That's not too good. I don't even know if I have a replacement really. That's not too good. What do I do? I don't know. I think I replug the cord and just hope that it resets or something. I don't know. No, I better buy an HDMI cord like right the fuck now is what I should do. And hopefully they send it out by tomorrow morning or whatever, and I'll try to get speedy delivery. So give me an Amazon thingy. Amazon. Oh, I know. I just want to go to Amazon.com. I don't want you to autocomplete. Let's go. Okay, I am looking for a 4K HDMI to serial. It's got to be 25 feet something. Yeah, 25 feet. And I want it to be 120 FPS, yeah. Or hertz, I'm sorry, not FPS, but hertz. 120 hertz. There's a 60, 120 for 30. This is the same chord. This is the chord that just failed. I think I want to go back. Did I buy? Let's go back and look at this cable I fucking bought. This might dox me, so I'm just gonna move it. Anyways, I have to buy a cord because mine's failing. I bought a cable. It was a 4K HDMI cable on December 8th. I want to return this. I've only had it 2 weeks and it's starting to lose signal. You don't need to return the item. This thing here. Items you're returning. Is that it? Is that the one? No, that's the one I... Oh, no. This isn't the one. Or I don't know. Yeah, that's the one that I ran to my bedroom. It was good, actually. But the cord before that... Yeah, like November 6th. Is there more? Oh, page 1 of 3. So how do I get to page 3? Page 1 of 2. What happened to page 3? Or how do I get to page 2? Or whatever. In the past 3 months, go to... In 2025, I bought a cable. This thing... Oh, so they refunded my cable, and I can just buy another cable. But I don't think, oh yeah, I want, but I want the same cable, I guess. So what I want is this, it's a 100-foot cable, return complete. No. View refund status. Oh no, I returned the cord. So yeah, so no, I don't have grounds to return this cord. It's old. Yeah, I've had this cord a while, huh? Yeah, I'm using like an old cord. Maybe I have a replacement. I don't know. I'm gonna go glance at my HDMI cables right quick. I'll be right back. I don't know. I need my cap. Today we are looking for an HDMI cord above my thingy in the... Yeah. Oh, hey, maybe I do have a cord. Actually, let's see. Oh, hey, maybe I have a cord. We have some cords. Yay, but I don't know. This cord's short. Too short, maybe. This cord's longer. Oh, no. There's another cord, but I need this cord, I think. This is an HDMI to HDMI. Now, I don't know, but I guess when this cord fails, we'll go to this cord. And that's the main concern I've got. Oh no, this cable is failing. I can see it. This cable is failing. Is it the connection's loose, maybe? Is that what's causing it? Now I've lost the connection entirely. Oh wow, yes it did. Well, it appears that this cord has died. Don't know what happened. Yep, I don't know. But this cord has died. I think we're gonna pull it. That sucks. This was the silk. Oh, this is a Silkland. Maybe I should do a search in my orders for Silkland, and maybe I can pull it. I know, I've had this too long. This cord's shot. God damn it. I feel ripped off a little bit. Okay, so a cord. Well, let's see if we can make do with an HDMI, I guess. I don't know. Is this an HDMI input? I thought that was serial, wasn't it? I think it is. Is that serial or what? No, it's HDMI. Never mind, I should be okay. So, you need to unravel. Oh, good. I might just have a solution. I might be okay. I might be just fine. We'll see. I'll put you up and over that side. Just like that. And don't disconnect me. So you plug into here. Okay. Let's see how we do. I don't know. One of the things is this cord may not have the right. Don't disconnect me. Where's Starfield? Oh, are you off the screen now? Yeah, I think you are, or something. No, I think I lost Starfield, which sucks. Yeah. What about other games? Will you play that? What about... let's see if I can get my desktop. What about display settings? Let's go see. Will be in 120 hertz, which is good. That's the main thing. So, but I think all the games, they're like on the wrong screen now or something. And I'm gonna have to like close them all or something. I don't know what it is. So we'll just go and X out everything. Maybe X4 can recover. I don't know. Maybe it's my keyboard. I don't really know. Am I able to do this with the task manager? No, it's my keyboard. God damn it. There. So maybe I can just pull the games. There we go. And then, cool, new chord, which is good, because that fucking chord was failing. It is an old chord, I think, actually. Forgot that it was so old, but it is. I think it kind of was an older chord. This chord's doing better. I can see that it's doing better. That chord was failing, and I didn't know. Oh, well. Okay, so let's go back and learn about Jared Leto. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyways, yeah, that should be there, but this should also be over here. And then also, I should have another thing that should be on this screen. Nope. Yeah, that guy, I want you on this screen. There we go.
Any other environment in the world, and you would like go to jail for that.
Yes,
this was a story
you would.
That blew up huge around the release of Suicide Squad. I guess because he thought,
yeah, I can say this stuff because the Joker creepy, so it's gonna be cool to be the creepy guy.
Look at how he says it in an interview, though.
Who did you send use to? Oh, everybody. Maybe they didn't want to tell you, but no. I mean, I did a lot of things to create a dynamic, to create an element of surprise.
Yeah, you created a dynamic that would get you in, like, jail. You sent them to everybody, but maybe I'm just not an artist. Maybe I'm just small-minded because Jared Leto has a very convincing argument for why he did it.
I mean, the Joker is somebody who doesn't really respect things like personal space or boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, the Joker is a comic book serial killer psycho, but you're an actor. Why are you doing serial killer psycho stuff to real people who are just Viola Davis? Like, he sent that to Margot Robbie. He did this to his coworker. Look at her.
Did you get one?
Yes, I got so many weird things. I can't even begin to tell you the weird things I got.
Like, she's uncomfortable to talk about it. It's not just her. I mean, look at what Adewale Akinnuoye Agbaji said.
I got a number of gifts from Jared.
Okay, what he
Which I don't like to talk about.
Did you tell me he sent people used?
Yeah, he sent used. books and
what?
Sticky Playboy magazine.
That is terrorizing.
What?
This alone, he shouldn't have ever got cast again. I don't know how this moment was like a, wow, Jared Leto really went crazy for the Joker. This is so like actual cancelable offense. There's no world where you could be sending somebody that stuff and it's okay. And not that it would be okay if the performance
Did he have
was
like
good
a psychotic
or anything, but he
break?
did all of that for a performance that is good in like 5 seconds.
Really?
Of a trailer in the movie where that shot wasn't even actually used in the final version. Really, really bad. You know what else is really, really bad? His method acting on the movie Morbius. He method acted in Morbius. This is from an interview by Uprocks. The interviewer was talking to the director of Morbius and they said, I heard a story about filming and I want to see if this is true. Someone told me that Jared Leto was so committed to play Michael Morbius that even when he had to go to the bathroom, he would use his crutches and slowly limp to get to the bathroom. But it was taking so long between for pee breaks that a deal was made with him to get him a wheelchair so someone could wheel him there quicker, and he agreed to that. Is that true? The director simply said, yes. Imagine being the PA that has to wheel Jared Leto around for Morbius! We're not talking a Paul Thomas Anderson movie with Daniel Day-Lewis. We're talking Michael Morbius. By the way, that's real. His name is Michael. I've never seen Morbius, and I never would. For a movie like that, Jared Leto was just making the crew push him around, going on crutches. Oh, I need to. There is no world where that turns into the movie being better. There's no way. It's just for attention, and it's just because he likes to do it and he wants to have fun. And he has this weird power type complex that this is all definitely feeding into, which we will get to in the cult, trust me. Doing the same thing in Blade Runner 2049 when he put blinding contacts in. He did the same thing in Requiem for a Dream. He did the same thing for that one where he played the guy who shot John F. Kennedy? No, this is Jared Leto playing the guy who killed John Lennon. But what's Jared Leto's response to these allegations?
Oh,
well,
he played
in
Mark David
2021,
Chapman.
conversations around Jared Leto were kind of hitting a fever pitch, especially with the allegations with the women and the minors, and this stuff about the method acting, specifically the Suicide Squad story, came back in a big way, and he had an amazing response for it. Any of the very few gifts that were ever given were given with a spirit of fun and adventure, and received with laughter, fun, and adventure. It's all filmed. They filmed it all. People were dying. We were just having a goof. I'm playing a guy called the Joker. It's okay to play some jokes. Nothing ever crossed any lines, and it's not up to other people on the internet to create those lines. I'm an artist at the end of the day. If I do something risky and you don't like it, basically you can kiss my ass. Is that the ass that you ripped those ink beads out of before you handed it to Will Smith on a platter? You could really tell that his publicist was very much feeding those fun and adventure taglines to him.
No. It was like in the spirit of fun and like adventure because you're crazy. You rock climb, Jared. You're so sick.
Nothing ever crossed any lines, he said. And it's not up to other people on the internet to create those lines, he said. Okay, but it's used in magazines and beads and a dead pig carcass. No, people were dying. No, it was literally so funny. That's why when Viola Davis recounts that story, she looks like she's seeing a ghost. That's why everybody said, I actually don't think I can talk about what he did because it would get this movie fully stopped from being released because what he did is 100% a crime in every country of the world. But that's the most famous, yet still the least creepy thing about Jared Leto. But first, I want to take a second to thank the sponsor of today's video, Paradise Paws. This game is so adorable. You rescue and care for the sweetest little animals at this mysterious island sanctuary. You hatch eggs and feed baby animals, watching them grow until they become your little helpers in this sanctuary. You merge, it's very satisfying gameplay. You play as Natalie with your sassy best friend Lizzie, uncovering island secrets and fighting off those greedy developers who are trying to take over this little sanctuary. Every satisfying merge brings you closer to protecting these animals and saving their home. Best part, it's completely free to download, totally ad-free, and perfect for offline play. It's great on an airplane. No Wi-Fi needed, no ad interruptions. Play endlessly without buying anything. There's no like hard block. For instance, Cooper from the future right here. I'm waiting for a video to finish exporting and I'm literally just actually playing this game. Look at my little cute animals. Anybody hungry? Are you kidding me? It's the cutest thing ever. If you were within the first 100 to install via my link, click the link in my description or the QR code, you get an exclusive baby penguin named after my channel to help you gather resources faster. It'd be so cute. I'm basically there. I am the little penguin. That's me. So download Paradise Paws now using the link in my description or in the pinned comment. And thank you again to Paradise Paws for sponsoring this video and putting me in the game. Now back to the story of my favorite actor of all time, Jared Leto. The allegations against Jared Leto made by so many women, it's shocking to me that he's still getting cast in movies when the things that are being said and alleged about him are like worse than people who are fully perma-canceled and said by extremely major players in the industry. And I think we should start there because maybe the biggest proponent of the Hey Jared Leto Club is James Gunn, the CEO of the DCU. He throws so many shots at Jared Leto and they're all so valid. For instance, he tweeted around the time that he was directing The Suicide Squad, like the sequel to Suicide Squad, which had Margot Robbie return, had a bunch of people return, and there was speculation of, is Jared Leto coming back? This fully sealed that Jared Leto was not coming back. Dylan Sprouse tweeted, "Yo, at Jared Leto, now that you've slid into the DMs of every female model aged 18 to 25, what would you say your success rate is?" Definitely him coming out there because he's like talking to some girls and he's found out. 18 to 25 though, it's not like a crime. He's in his 40s, but not. Oh, James Gunn replied, he starts at 18 on the internet. Like, you can't get more blatant than that. That is a huge person in the industry, and he's out here going, "Oh, Jared Leto, you mean the Predator?" But it's not just that, because he went on, there was an app called Periscope a while ago. It was like a video sharing app. It's fully died, which has made this lost media, and I've looked forever to try to find this clip. If you can find it, DM it to me. I'll post it as a YouTube short. But James Gunn posted and then shortly after deleted a Periscope video where the reports state that James Gunn offered details about Jared Leto's sex life, including that, quote, Jared Leto sleeps with underage girls. He said it, and then he deleted it and tweeted, "Good morning to Bogota, Colombia, and sorry to all of you around the world who saw my Ambien-fueled Periscope session last night at 3 a.m. Yes, I erased it." So he took some Ambien, was feeling a little bit loopy, and he's like, "Jared Leto, I can't keep this in, Jared Leto." Also in 2012, James Gunn tweeted, "Driving home from Vegas, trading stories about what a dick Jared Leto is." He hates that guy, and he's genuinely like a super powerful person in the movie industry. But if we're talking allegations and accusations against Jared Leto, those are pretty damning from James Gunn. But there's also countless women who've come forward and shared their stories about this guy who's getting cast in blockbuster movies still. Because these allegations have been around since 2005. If you go back to 2005, there is an article that is posted specifically about this. September 12th, 2005. By the way, you're not gonna believe the first line of this article. I have to show you. Opening line, Jared Leto likes him young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. Like literally starting the article off with "not like us" exactly, but 20 years before. Insane. Jared Leto likes him young. The 33-year-old Requiem for a Dream actor last seen squiring Ashley Olsen and Lindsay Lohan around town. God, in 2005 with Ashley Olsen, how old was she in 2005? About 19 years. Okay, cool. It gets worse. Leto, who booked a suite at the Meatpacking District hotspot while he was in town with his rock band 30 Seconds to Mars, has become infamous for calling and texting some of his underage objects of desire several times a day, reports one in the know snitch. He's been approaching all the girls and inviting them to his shows. Snickers the source. Girls from IMG, Elite, Next, and Women are staying there, and Jared has been hitting on all of them. He's a serial texter. He is constantly texting these 16 and 17-year-old girls. It's really kind of creepy. Or in a since deleted message forum about sexual assault allegations against Jared Leto specifically. There was a community for that. A source alleged that Leto molested her when she was 17. I think he got pleasure out of hurting me in retrospect, but I was too young and didn't know that then. In 2013, another anonymous user posted a similar interaction with Leto where she accused him of pedophilia. "I met Jared Leto when I was 17, a naive innocent girl, on one of his movie sets in Brooklyn when he was turning 34, the user wrote. Later in her post, she detailed how she would often meet Leto at hotels near Gramercy Park in New York. The user claimed that Leto told her to verbally tell him that she was 14 or 15. She added, "He was very pushy into coercing me to do sexual acts with him, and he was quite rough and forceful." Now, he was forced to come out and specifically talk about and deny a lot of these allegations when this article was posted on Airmail. The cult of Leto. He has acted in everything from American Psycho to House of Gucci. Now Jared Leto stands accused of impropriety by 9 women. One of the things they talked about in that article was the recent resurfacing of a post that DJ Allie Teals had made in 2012, where she said, "You're not really in LA until Jared Leto tries to force himself on you backstage in a kilt and a snow hat. I was assaulted and traumatized by this creep when I was 17. She wrote in a separate story, she added, "He knew my age and didn't care. What he did was predatory, terrifying, and unacceptable." Shout out Airmail so much for doing this investigative reporting, because one woman told the publication in 2006 when she was 16 years old, Leto approached her outside a Los Angeles cafe. She claimed Leto was sat with a fellow actor, Ashley Olsen, who'd we just hear about, who was then 19, and he had grabbed her arm. "I looked down and it was Jared Leto," she told Airmail, adding, "We had a quick conversation and he got my number." She went on to say that Leto called her home a few days later, recalling, "I don't know if he was on drugs or what. It was the weirdest, grossest voice. But for me, it's Jared, you know?" And the conversations turned sexual, she continued. He'd ask things like, "Have you ever had a boyfriend? Have you ever sucked a dick?" 34-year-old man asking a girl that he's trying to get intimate with,
"Have you ever had a boyfriend? Have you ever been..."
This man is getting cast in blockbuster movies, and this is what the allegations against him are. Like, this is as bad as it gets. Model Laura LaRue came forward with a similar claim, saying that when she was 16 years old in 2008, she was at an event in a private residence in Beverly Hills where Leto was watching her so intensely. He asked how old I was. I said, "I'm 16. How old are you?" LaRue told Airmail. Leto, who was 36 at the time, then reportedly asked for her number. The two began an email correspondence, which resulted in her visiting Leto's home in April 2009, the outlet alleges. "I remember him teasing me the whole time I was there, LaRue said, adding, he was flirting with me. He'd lean in close, then pull away, like it was a game. She described a separate visit when she was 17 years old where she alleged Leto walked out of a room completely naked. He just walked out like it was normal. I thought, well, this is just what adult men do, she said, as an underage girl of a 36-year-old man who you can catch in theaters right now starring in Tron Ares.
There it is, child molester, right up at the top of their marquee.
I'll just throw some more quotes out there that he said to her, allegedly. Do any of the little boys you hang out with f you? The allegations continue, and they are as specifically physical and disgusting as they could possibly be. So you've got to check out Tron Ares. We've got Jared Leto in it, which with all this, it's just so shocking that Tron Ares in every movie that he's done in the past 5 years has flopped so hard. When Jared Leto is in the culture publicly as this guy, I feel like people know in general that there's like accusations and allegations, but I don't think people know like the specificity of it. I genuinely cannot say some of these things online. It's like really, really disturbing. There's another story where there's an adult film star who's talking about how he invited her into the tour bus and was getting her to do, you know, stuff with his brother, and then he started like choking her, and it was like scary. These are all publicly out there, and they have been known. They've been known so much so that over a decade ago, the head of the DCU was already talking about in detail. Like, this is such a thing that is out there. It's not like an open secret. It's what's known about him. Like, these allegations are known. Hopefully this video can make you like more aware of the specificity of it, and it's not just like he's a creep. It's like there's specific stories with specific people who are coming out. And I think that that context is really important to know before we get into this next part, because imagine that guy with those desires, that track record, getting a bunch of people to fly out, pay him a shit ton of money to go to an island where they compete for his physical attention. Well, that's exactly what he's doing with Mars Island, or as he sometimes likes to call it, the Church of Mars. 30 Seconds to Mars, call it Mars, He sold 3-day weekend passes with VIP packages, costing up to $6,500. The band's Twitter account tweeted this out in 2019. Yes, this is a cult. And it's like, haha.
Yeah, I know it looks like a cult. People are calling it a cult. It is a cult, haha.
Let's get into it, because it is a cult. First of all, these pictures.
Oh yeah, no, we did hear about his cult stuff. Now, I heard about his cult stuff, I just didn't realize there was all these weird allegations. But yeah, he is a cult leader.
Just because you say this is a cult and it's like a joke, it doesn't mean that
and
it's
they're
not
all
a
girls.
Cult.
They're like all girls. Oh my god. It's all girls and gay dudes. Oh my god, I never really realized how demented this picture is. There's so many women here.
Look at this. Like, these pictures are insanity. But the best look inside the cult itself is from somebody who actually went to it. This is an article posted by Jenica Enoch called Escaping the Cult of Mars. Because there's something really funny that she wrote in her article where she's answering the specific question. She said, is Camp Mars and the Echelon really a cult? She says, long story short, no, it's really not a cult. Personally, I think Jared thinks it is, and or wants it to be, and no one has ever really told
No, it's just some loser
So
club.
she's like, no, it's not really a cult, because it is only for 3 days, but I think he thinks it is, and he wants it to be one. But let's look at all the things he does to make it actually a cult, like, or what you would describe as a cult. This is an article that was written that said, Leto is acutely aware of this degree of fan dedication, which is why the band once held a competition in which, appropriateness be damned, the prize was a night sleeping in his bed. But the thing that really sells it for me, where I'm like, no, I know it's not like a cult that's like long standing and people are like sucked into it, but it is an ego cult. I mean, look at any picture of it. He's dressed in all white with people all surrounding him. We know he has that power complex from all the method acting stuff, and we know everything that's creepily alleged against him for decades. That type of guy would only do this type of thing for very, very specific and dark and creepy reasons. And this is a very big part of it, where in this article by Grunge, they wrote of, at the time, the most recent Mars Island, gathering. They said, just like the first year, many similar amenities are offered for those who chose to attend this edition, including live concerts, tattoos, where they tattoo the band's logo on them, and the opportunity to practice yoga, or just take in the beautiful scenery. But they continued, fans who attended the Mars Island Festival back in 2019 were disappointed when promised concerts turned out to be preaching sessions from Leto. They came to experience like a 3-day, oh, my favorite band, I get to be on a vacation with my favorite band, beaches plus concerts, and then it's just him going up there going, all you need to do is follow me. Everything will be better if you just breathe. Close your eyes and give me your underage girls. Let me text them, please. He is real life Predator Joker. That's why he was so stoked for that role. That's why he went method acting like crazy. He's like, oh my God, I can finally be myself. You think that guy who's sending used to Will Smith is not doing creepy shit on Mars Island? He is! It's already creepy to dress in all white, make them all dress in white, and then preach to them. That's a cult, bro! And he's still getting cast in these movies. But let me tell you, I think the tide is actually turning. A tweet from an anonymous top talent agent said of Tron Ares flopping at the box office, you could have had Ryan Gosling. It wasn't gonna work. No one asked for this. If you say Tron Ares is good, we just needed a different actor, you're deluding yourself. And I love this. They replied to their tweet and they said, would you watch a Tron movie starring Ryan Gosling or most other lead actors over Jared Leto? 59,000 votes, 84% said yes. And this is the secret truth. But it's not just Tron Ares, because by the way, it flopped hard. And it's a Tron movie. You know how hard you have to f up to not make a good Tron movie? But let's just go look at his last 5 movies. Tron Ares, mega flop. The 2023 Haunted Mansion had a production budget of approximately $150 million, and it grossed $117 million worldwide. Just so you know, generally the rule of thumb is like there's production budget, and then there's the huge marketing budget, which can be like half of the production budget. So let's just say $225 million total dollars. They only made $117 million. Then you factor in the theater split, which takes 50. So really you have to double the production and the marketing budget to start making any money at all. So that was like a huge flop, but you can't put that all on Jared Leto. Like, who wanted to watch a Haunted Mansion movie? Not me. But then you take a look at Morbius. Morbius had a production budget of approximately $75 million with a reported marketing budget of around $110 million. That's insane. The movie made $167 million, less than the production plus the marketing budget. And we know that it has to double both of those together to make any money. Huge bomb, huge bomb, huge bomb. Let's go back to his 4th most recent movie. Now, House of Gucci had a $75 million production budget. If we're going on like the conservative scale of just half of that added as the production budget, let's just say a cool $110 million. Well, the movie made $153 million. Only problem is it would have needed to make $250 million to make any money. But okay. You can't put that all on him. That movie looked like it was kind of all over the place, even though you could really put it all on him because his performance looked insane.
Never confuse shit with chocolato. They may look the same.
They may look the same. We're going too hard though. Let's go back to the 5th most recent movie. A little movie called The Little Things. And this is a much smaller movie and it's got a big star like Jared Leto, so surely it's gonna make back the money. The budget was only $30 million production. So let's say $45 million total. It has to make $90 million to just break even. And worldwide, it grossed, $30.8 million. Okay, so it's just bomb. And we can even take it back to Blade Runner 2049, but I don't want to do that because I love Blade Runner 2049. The point being, he has done 5 movies in a row. We're supposed to act like he's this A-list actor. All he does is show up, cause a lot of controversy, and bomb the movie. And that definitely not Jared Leto's talent agent said that movie wouldn't have made money even if it had Ryan Gosling. Okay, but the thing is, nobody is talking about it like this, but I have an understanding. After looking at all of this, specifically just confused why he's being cast at all, but the reason that these movies are bombing, from my perspective, when I saw the Tron Ares trailer, I saw Jared Leto in it. And it's not, I don't want to see it because it has Jared Leto. When I saw the Morbius trailer, it wasn't, I don't want to see it because it has Jared Leto. I mean, that is definitely a big aspect of it. That is a huge aspect of it. But from just the movie perspective, more so than even just that, the decision to cast Jared Leto in a key role in a movie in these years, after all of this stuff is so publicly known and publicly out there, the decision itself to cast him throws into doubt the decision making of everybody who's involved in that movie. And all of a sudden, I'm looking at a movie that thought Jared Leto would be good to be in it. I do not trust the vision of the people behind that movie anymore. Do you know how bad I wanted to see a new Tron movie? When I saw the first trailer of it, I was like, oh my God, I'm so excited. And then Jared Leto pops up and I go, okay, so the movie is gonna be bad because you wouldn't make a good movie and cast Jared Leto this late. Like, especially since the 2020s, it's really, really known. And if we go look at the movies that he's coming up in, I mean, he's got a couple in pre-production, and then this one, Masters of the Universe, where he's playing Skeletor, opposite Nicholas Galitzini as, what's his name, He-Man? And I think that, yeah, that might be the last big movie that Jared Leto ever gets to do. And I think that this is very important context for why he was cast in Tron Ares at all in the first place. Look at a little bit of what he says in this interview.
They said, what do you think about developing this? I was like, absolutely, I love Tron. And so for the past 9 years, we've just been pushing the boulder up the hill.
He was the one who got like the movie made because a decade ago when this had
Pushing the boulder up the hill. That's what you're saying about a Hollywood movie?
I've loved Tron. And so for the past 9 years, we've just been pushing the boulder up the hill.
He was the one who got like...
Yeah, you're rocking the Jesus look pretty hard. Have you convinced yourself that you're Jesus? The second coming of Jesus?
We've just been pushing the boulder up the hill.
He was the one who got like the movie made because a decade ago when this had like all started, he was like the key person attached to be in it. That was back before this stuff had like really blown up and people really knew about it. Like it was happening. But post 2020, it's been like a huge reckoning with Jared Leto, but also not because he's still in these movies. But Tron Ares specifically, it's because he was attached and the movie itself, like people are going, well, why'd you cast Jared Leto? Well, it's Jared Leto who developed the movie. Like he's been in this version of the movie since day one. And I've gotta think that after all of this is going on, hopefully some studio heads see this video. I gotta hope that people stop tying their hundreds of millions of dollars to this dude who can only be described as box office poison and predator and creep and Coley. You can describe him a lot of different ways, I guess. Hey, by the way, remember that time somebody sent him an ear and he put it on a necklace? At this point, it just can't be excused anymore. Casting him in a movie, you can't excuse it. It's not just the workplace, like actually insane harassment that he does under the guise of, oh, it's method acting. It's just a free pass to do the things that we see him already doing to allegedly teenage girls. James Gunn is a studio head and he hates him and knows about it. Everybody has to know about it. And it's about having the specificity out there and not just the Jared Leto's a creep and a cult leader. Because it's like,
okay, but he's not actually a cult leader.
Sure, but he kind of is and he wants to be. And the things that he's doing outside of the cult are a billion times worse. I mean, not to say that he's not doing that stuff inside the cult also, allegedly. But a pattern has emerged across his entire life and across every single encounter in any capacity that anybody has with him, where he is just a predatory creep. And as of right now, he's set to play Skeletor in Masters of the Universe. That does look like an incredible movie that's gonna come out to nothing but rave reviews and box office gold. Or maybe he'll get recast. I would maybe watch the movie if he got recast. I'm not gonna watch it currently because it just speaks to dumbass decision making. But I don't know, that's just me. Please subscribe.
The thing that sucks though is I did like his music when I was like a wee boy. Like when I was in high school, I would hear his music and I'm like, oh yeah, this is what like my brother and like cool people would listen to. Like, I don't know, there was a part of it that was cool. I thought that the Suicide Squad not the Suicide Squad. I thought the Suicide Squad trailer was pretty epic, and I actually thought that him as a Joker had a lot of potential, but the edit and the movie itself was just ass.
Yeah, we learned that Shia LaBeouf is fucking crazy. The answer is no. I like this guy, sure.
What's up, weirdos? What's going on with Justin Bieber? Because listen, I love Justin Bieber. I'm a huge believer. But lately, the way that he's been acting online, it feels less like, you know, Prince of Pop and a lot more like Britney Spears, which is interesting to see out of Bieber. But I kind of want to do a deep dive, really look into the whole thing because, listen, I love him, but I have to be honest, like there is something going on. And a lot of it seems kind of relationship based. For instance, I was not seeing a lot of stuff about Justin Bieber online. And then Benny Blanco and Selena Gomez, they had like their engagement. They were doing a whole thing. Like they were on all sorts of interview shows. It was like a huge thing. And then suddenly Justin Bieber was going kind of wild online, like in the way that he's posting. So let's start on the biggest thing that like really shook me to my core because it's just unambiguously crazy that he did this. So Hailey Bieber was on the cover of Vogue and Justin posted a congratulatory message to her. And no matter how many times I read it, I am still shocked that he wrote this down and then posted it. And again, this is in the midst of like stuff is going on. He's kind of crashing out a little bit online in the wake of the Selena Gomez engagement. I don't want to say that that's specifically why, but you know, the timeline adds up. So he posted this on his Instagram. It's such a huge moment for her. She's so excited. It's got to be a message like, oh my god, my wife is amazing. But the first thing he says is, yo, this reminds me when Hailey and I got into a huge fight. I told Hales that she would never be on the cover of Vogue. Yikes, I know, so mean. For some reason, because I felt so disrespected, I thought I gotta get even. I think as we mature, we realize that we're not helping anything by getting even. We're honestly just prolonging what we really want, which is intimacy and connection. So baby, you already know, but forgive me for saying you wouldn't get a Vogue cover, because clearly I was sadly mistaken, he said. I mean, every single line of that post you could deconstruct as like, why would you say that? Why are you even bringing up a fight that you got into? Or like, why are you just saying, hey, that's awesome, congrats, so proud of you. But then the second line, I told Hales that she would never be on the cover of Vogue. First of all, how do I pronounce that?
Justin Bieber, he's jealous of her because she's on the cover of Vogue.
It's Haley. Is it Hales? Just imagining him like in that fight. Justin, I feel disrespected by how often you embarrass me in public, and there's so many videos online of you making me feel bad. I just wish that you wouldn't do that anymore. Really? Okay. Meanwhile, you'll never be on the cover of Vogue. So why would I even care? Like, you'll never be on the cover of Vogue? And again, it's been said before, but this is his post when Kendall Jenner was on Vogue magazine. Congrats, Ken. You look beautiful. Okay. I love Justin Bieber. He's like clearly gone through a lot. That's a funny comparison. And by funny, I mean deeply sad for Haley. But also he says, yikes, I know, so mean. For some reason, because I felt so disrespected, I thought I gotta get even. Why is he starting to say like, yeah, my wife was so mean to me in an argument. She was so mean and that's why I said this, but I shouldn't have had to say that to get even. She was just so mean, I should have just left it at that. I just don't think like, is he thinking through the thought process? No, he's not. But if he were to think through it, he'd be like, oh, everything I'm saying makes me look really bad and also is really rude to my wife. But to be fair, the second to last line, we're honestly just prolonging what we really want, which is intimacy and connection. Okay, fair. Like, true. However, it's like if you post like your engagement and you're like, we've been through so many ups and downs, we fought so hard, but we fought for each other. It's like, okay. You don't want to just say, hey, you look beautiful, I love you. But the ending of, so baby, you already know, but forgive me for saying you wouldn't get a Vogue cover, because clearly I was sadly mistaken. It's like, first of all, the only reason that this should ever be a thing is if that was a publicly like known situation. And it's like, oh my God, she's on the cover of Vogue. Oh, what's Justin Bieber gonna say? Because he was on an interview and he said that she'd never be. But it was just a private argument. Nobody knew anything about that. Why are you exposing it and then being like, yeah, so sorry, I was sadly mistaken. Sadly? So that's the first thing that really drew my attention towards like, okay, modern day Justin Bieber is like very weird. Like I don't know what's going on in there and all of these things that, you know, you could look at all these videos and be like, okay, well, this is just like Twitter threads of stuff clipped out of context. Suddenly those videos of him being rude to her don't feel out of context. For instance, let's go look at some of those now, because this is why a lot of people feel very...
This man is wearing pearls so he can clutch his pearls.
Very bad for Hailey Bieber, where, you know, some people are like, she stalked him to get him. And there's a huge contingent of people on the internet who hate Hailey Bieber. But then, I mean, even then, when you watch these clips, I don't know how you can't feel bad. A lot of these are from Instagram Lives, including this first one, where a fan had asked about Justin Bieber's Lyme disease, and Hailey's just kind of talking about it, and just look what he does.
For that, and we'll just keep doing that. But it definitely is, you know, like, it sucks that the tour was postponed.
She was asking me. Huh?
Anyways.
They were asking me, because it's my Lyme disease. It's not your Lyme disease. Are you worried about my Lyme disease?
Well, I was you know, in every freaking day in the doctor with you for months, so.
Yeah, but
sometimes
they asked if I was scared about the Lyme disease, because I'm the one that has it.
Oof. I don't know what, I mean, oof.
Lyme disease.
He puts her in so many uncomfortable positions on like these Instagram Lives that we're gonna look at, but that's like, I mean, he's just publicly like embarrassing her. She was asking me.
She was asking me. Huh?
But when she says, huh, and he goes, huh? And it's just like awkward silence, and then he starts smiling, and then she has to smile and laugh because like, what else is she gonna do? They're live. What's the subtext of she was asking me? Shut the fuck up. Stop talking. Oh my God, I wanna talk. It's about me. Shut the fuck up. And she can't do anything about it other than like, ha 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 ha. Because like, what else are you gonna do? Are you gonna be like, stop it? Are you gonna actually like call him out on Instagram Live? Like, of course not. Or there's this clip, which is so famous, but I gotta show it. They're getting out of a car to go into a place, and look at how he does it.
What? Oh my God!
It's just bad. And you know, maybe he thought that she's gonna get out of the car on the other side. He's trying to race in because he doesn't want to deal with the paparazzi. He just want to get through there. Maybe he thought she was going out on the other side. Fair. But there is objectively a pattern of him embarrassing her in public in a way that's just like...
That is the most selfish man I've seen in a while.
Like, kind of just none of the clips should exist. Or there's this one which is very famous, but I do want to show like kind of the whole picture because I'm not trying to make a video to like shit on Justin Bieber. I'm just trying to talk about the whole situation. And these next couple clips are things that I think get a little bit taken too far in how people talk about them, but let me know what you think.
What?
But let me know what you think.
What?
Too far in how people talk about them, but let me know what you think.
I'm never paying attention to this piece of shit ever again. You full-blown karate chopped her in the forehead.
That's a clip. The whole context looks like they're joking around. She's laughing. They're both laughing. It doesn't seem like that bad. Definitely not equivalent of him saying, she was asking me, or sadly, I was mistaken. You actually were on the cover of Vogue. Or there's this one, which is another Instagram live. And I don't know. Let's watch.
Honest, babe. I can't. Don't touch me right now. Like, not right now. But I'm just.
I thought you were being serious.
No. Just in general.
No, just in general. The thing is, could have said that way nicer. But feeling a little overstimulated, whatever. Like in my own relationship, if Sophia was like, oh, could you just not touch me right now? I'd be like, oh, she's overwhelmed, she needs a sec. Now, that being said, empathy extended, understanding extended, not just trying to shit on Justin Bieber, trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Even if I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, this next clip, to me, is the craziest thing. I reference it every time I'm playing a game with Sophia, because it's just absurd.
Baby, I wasn't trying! I beat you, accept it!
Him at the end, he genuinely looks pissed off, and the sound of him screaming that,
I beat
it's
you,
so funny to
accept
get
it.
that mad.
Baby, I wasn't trying!
Baby, I wasn't trying! Damn, okay. She's better at milk jug toss, it's fine. So that's what I'm saying, like, even going into it, really trying to have, like, empathy and understanding for him, there objectively are a lot of clips of him embarrassing her publicly. So when I saw his post about her being on the Vogue cover, I was like, on the one hand, unfortunately feels in character. But on the other hand, I didn't have two things to say, and I don't know why I said on the one hand to start.
Baby, I wasn't trying!
So keep this in mind. We're gonna come back to his relationship with Hailey Bieber later in the video. But now I want to talk about his relationship with the paparazzi, because from the beginning of his career, he has had a very contentious relationship with them because, and I don't know if you know this, paparazzi are scum-sucking mosquitoes. And there's two recent ones that I kind of want to highlight. First of all, this is when he's leaving the Skylark offices, which is this new brand that I don't know if he's the CEO of it or like, we'll see more about it when we dive into his Instagram, but he's like working on some big creative project. And I think that in this paparazzi section, we're gonna see a lot of explanation for why he is the way he is.
All right, that's enough, yo. How many pictures you need?
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go, guys.
It's a G-Wagon.
Very quick clip, but this is what he faces every single time that he goes out in public, everywhere, constantly. I cannot even imagine the effects that would have on my mind. Just trying to move through the world as a regular person, trying to live your life, get in your car, and you're faced with someone going, like, bro, why are you mouth breathing like that, sounding like you're about to throw up? Like, get out of his face. How is that worth it for your soul? How can you be a paparazzo? The paparazzo are the scum of fucking existence. This one, the Hollywood Fix, they have so many clips where I don't understand how they could not be sued for harassment. We'll talk about the Standing on Business clip in a sec. And I'm just gonna play this clip for a second because there's a lot of flashing. So if you got epilepsy, look away.
Watch out.
How can you do that to a person? How can you view somebody as like such a commodity that you're like, oh, I'll literally treat them like they're not even human, like they're a commodity? How does your mind get there where you think that's what I want to do for a living? But this is how he copes with it. This is Justin Bieber in the blue hoodie.
Maybe you don't understand it because you've never been poor. You don't look poor to me at all. You ever lived in a ghetto? White boy? You ever lived in a ghetto? Anyways, would you rather go and deal with Jim Bob, the fucking shitty manager at the paper company or whatever, 40 hours a week, you know, no drinking, no fun, no parties, no nightlife, nothing, just, 40 hours a week, come home exhausted, go back to work, and you clock your nice $32,000 a year, right? That buys nothing, pays your rent, essentially. Would you rather do that or go take some pictures of Justin Bieber, make $50,000 in one night? Am I saying it's good or not scummy? No, it's scummy. But it's why it's happening.
You guys done? You done? Go ahead. Good? Go, yo, good, go.
Because this clip kind of highlights another element of Justin Bieber's like current public crash out. Is that what we're calling it? He doesn't like hate the paparazzi. He's like also defiant and confrontational with them, where he's not just gonna like run to his car and get the fuck out of there. He's like, I hate you. This is who you are. This is who you are. This is who you are. As if the paparazzi are gonna have an ounce of self-reflection. They're just sitting there going, oh, this is gonna be a great clip. Like this one's another good example of that.
Is it really, you fucking assholes? Why are you guys out? You wanna record me and shit too?
It's just so much. It's too much, and he reached a breaking point, and he had like a heated exchange with them, which resulted in the next kind of big moment in this whole thing. This situation has been going on for about 8 minutes at this point, but this is like the big moment.
Oh, I don't want you guys to be standing around here. That's what all I'm trying to say. You know,
Justin, we're in the sidewalk.
I know, but I'm here.
Have a good night. See all your fans.
It's an energy thing.
See your fans?
It's not a, you know what I mean? It's nothing but an energy thing. You're here, you know what I mean? I feel you. I'm a dad, I'm a husband. You're not getting it, it's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it?
We're in the sidewalk, Justin.
I don't give a if you're on the sidewalk.
Justin, we are on the sidewalk. How can you say that what we are doing is wrong? Shut up, Portugal! Is he Portuguese? He sounds Portuguese. Whatever he is, it's not clocking to him. It's definitely not clocking him that Justin Bieber standing on business right in front of his face. He's a dad. He's a husband. Now, is it cringe that he said, it's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business? Yes, but also I do think that it's the sentence of the year. I'm submitting it right now. I don't know if we're gonna have anything better in 2025 than it's not clocking you that I'm standing on business. But when you see just that clip, it's like, okay, it's cringe and it's embarrassing and it's like kind of like funny that he's saying that. But it's just one instance in the millions of instances in his constant state of existence of just people being like, I'm on the sidewalk, I'm not bothering you, oh, I love you, Justin. He's sitting there like, walk away from me. Like what he says here, he genuinely is like really standing on business.
It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it?
We're in the sidewalk, Justin.
I don't give a if you're on the sidewalk. I'm a human being. You're standing around my car. At the beach.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You don't think I'm a real guy, do you? You're gonna take this video out of context. You're gonna say I'm mad. I don't know who the paying you to provoke me, but I'm not the one.
But wait, Justin, you're not the fucking one? Yes, you are.
I'm the one, yeah. I'm the one.
But by the way, what he predicted literally did come true. Oh, you're gonna clip this out of context. You're gonna say that I'm angry. You're gonna get a bunch of clips from it. That's exactly what happened. And that has got to drive him crazy, which is why he is acting crazy online. But he is also being driven crazy constantly throughout his life. But he is also yelling at his wife, I wasn't even trying! I wasn't trying! And just publicly airing out fights where he was like in the fight saying something really mean and really rude to his wife, and he's just saying it. All of these things at once are true, which is what makes the Justin Bieber situation so difficult to kind of parse and comprehend. Because I think that if you approach it with this black and white view, it's not like giving it the thought that it actually requires. Because again, something that he brings up a lot is all of the trauma that he's gone through, which on the one hand is like some of this paparazzi stuff, but that level of intensity taken to the whole extreme ever since his childhood. But then also, like, I don't want to get too much into it because it's very dark and very heavy. And I don't know if it's confirmed at all. But in his youth, he did have like a relationship with Diddy that, you know, publicly a professional relationship, but we know about Diddy, and like that's not something that I think it's like cool to speculate about. But unfortunately, as a child, he was in circles with people like that. So there's so much going on that it makes it difficult to kind of like have just one perspective on Justin Bieber. Now, that's just the paparazzi situation. What's been going on his Instagram is a whole other thing. The first thing that I saw related to his Instagram was when he went live and it looked like things were not going okay. I'm gonna hope that he was just really tired during this.
Really high.
That was a very scary clip for me to see because again, I am a believer. Like, I love Justin Bieber's music. I wish that he would go back to that. I feel weird when people call it like his light skin era. I'm like, I feel weird. I don't know. I feel like that's a joke in the black community, but it's a little bit weird when like we say it. But you know that era when he was like making like R&B, but like this clip right here, when I play, you're already gonna know what it is. This is like, I love this Justin Bieber.
I'm afraid that I'ma fuck it up. Ain't no way that I can leave you hanging.
Like, I, at my core, am such a Justin Bieber fan. So it's scary when I see stuff like this on his Instagram. And let's just go to his Instagram, honestly, because we just need to scroll through it so that you can understand what I'm talking about. First of all, he changed his username to Lil Bieber. That's not a great sign. Not a joke. Not a joke.
Oh,
Used to be Justin Bieber. It's now Lil Bieber. And he posts in
It's
a
a
way
little
that
Bieber
honestly
now.
is kind of inspirational. This is kind of what I think Instagram should go back to. I kind of love it. But it's also like kind of making me nervous. Look. I just refreshed. From the beginning of me recording this video to me refreshing, 3 new posts, and they're so cute. They're of his baby. He has a baby. He's a husband. He's a father. It's not clocking to you.
It's not clocking to you.
But all of these posts, like, by the way, these posts that he's doing, he's posting a lot of pictures of FaceTime calls with grain and like exposure turned way down, black and white. I don't know what the hell's going on. Or just a picture like this. No caption, just Dutch angle clouds.
Baby, I wasn't trying!
It's a vibe. I mean, it is. But this is the type of stuff he's posting. Like, what the hell am I looking at? From this post right here all the way up here. That's just today. And it's not even, like, as of filming the video, it's 7:33 right now. And that's 3, 6, 9 girls want to drink wine. Tell them at 12, 15 posts in like a day. And we haven't even gotten to the evening yet. When you know he's going to be posted up in bed going, post. Pretty beard, cheek selfie, black and white post. Oh, wait, no, he already did that. But this is the Skylark thing. Like, he's posting, it's kind of hard to understand what's going on here. But it's like his, oh my God, I almost said it's like his Yeezy, but no, God. The only overlap between Justin Bieber and Hitler was when he said in the Anne Frank house in their little diary, I think that Anne Frank would have been a believer, which is crazy and hilarious that happened. And of course, like, insane, everybody made fun of that when that happened, like everything. But I do just love the idea of him going through the Anne Frank house and thinking like, damn, she honestly kind of would have fucked with me. That's so funny. But no, like, this is his brand, Skylark is his thing, and to be honest, it looks really cool, but like, I'm looking at incredibly zoomed in cropped pictures in the midst of pictures like this. Like, what the fuck is going on, Justin? Why are there 80 pictures that are exactly like this in the last 3 days? Or this picture, which might be my favorite post that he's ever made. This is what I mean, like, I kind of feel like Instagram should be like this, like he's kind of doing it the right way, but also it is a little bit like, is everything okay? I hope everything is okay. And here's the thing, making this video, I am like saying a lot of stuff that's like I'm talking about things that he's done that are like bad, embarrassing, cringe, and he's also like clearly got a lot of stuff going on.
Remember
but the
the
reason that I
karate
feel
chop
okay
to
doing
her
that
forehead?
is because
That
a
was
thing that
assault.
I really like about Justin Bieber actually is that when that paparazzi video blew up of him going, it's not clocking you that I'm standing on business, it really could have been easy for him to be very offended by that and take that to heart. You see celebrities do that all the time, but he responded by just posting memes of it on his Instagram. Like, it's kind of a vibe.
I'm a dad, I'm a husband.
I'm a mommy.
Mommy?
Mommy.
You're not getting it, it's not clocking to you.
I'm a mom.
Mamacita.
But Justin Bieber posted that. I love it. By the way, Love Island USA Season 7, Nicolandria. I don't know what's happened. I'm about to watch the recoupling after Casa Amor, but Nicolandria Nation never been more up. Nicolandria Nation strong.
Actually, Nicolandria Nation never been more down.
Back to Justin Bieber. Just look at this Instagram. Like, look at the posts that he's making. I mean, it is unhinged. It is. But he's also self-aware. It's so odd. Such a mixture of like, he is unhinged and crashing out publicly, but also self-aware about it and able to laugh at himself and realize that it's just like, he doesn't have to take it that seriously. I don't know. It's like, you see what I mean? This was good. This was a remix.
At the beach.
He changed his username to Lil Bieber. Like, okay, this is all within the past week. Just look at how long I scroll. This is 1 week. 1 week on Instagram. Justin, what is going on?
It's not clocking to you.
And mixed into those posts, he's like sometimes making like text posts. Let me just read a couple for you. Loyalty is manipulative language. Loyalty is a duty. It's an obligation. That's not free will. Love is a duty. Love is a delight. Please stop using loyalty to keep people around you out of your own fear. It's hurting us. Mafia members use loyalty to keep people in their gangs. Let's not perpetuate this manipulative language. Love over loyalty forever. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Loyalty? What? Loyalty is a duty. It's an obligation. I don't think that that's necessarily what loyalty means. I don't think that it means you have no free will. Or there's this one, which is also equally like, I don't understand how you got from here to here. Telling other humans they deserve something is like raising someone else's kids. Who are you to tell someone what someone should or shouldn't have? The audacity. That's not your place. God decides what we deserve. Okay? People saying to Haley, you deserve better. And him being like, really? You trying to raise someone else's kids right now? How does 2 + 2 = 7? Who are you to tell someone what someone should or shouldn't have? That's not really what people are saying when they say that, like, oh, you deserve this. It's just kind of like a word that people use. I don't know how it relates to raising someone else's kids. I truly don't understand. And it's one of those things where I see a post like this pop up from Lil Bieber and I get confused because how is this person also self-aware? I don't know how these two things can coexist, but they do. And obviously those posts were directed at somebody in his interpersonal life, because as we've seen with the Vogue magazine thing, he has no problem posting something very publicly where all he actually cares about is his relationship with Haley, because he can. I see it in him. I see that there's the possibility. I see it, but right now, not a good situation. I really am curious to hear what you think about this, because again, like, a lot of this stuff is just about stuff that's happening right now. There's so much lore, there's so much history. Do you think that there's a way where he goes like into a redemption arc, or does it feel to you more like, I don't know. Like, I want to know how you see this whole situation, how you like feel specifically about Justin right now. And regardless, if you hate him or if you really, really, really love him and feel just bad for him and think he's just a victim, no matter how you feel, I think that every single person on earth can agree that the paparazzi need to be vanquished. Destroyed. I don't want to see another video of Justin Bieber that was filmed like this. Justin, I want a picture. Justin, please. Justin, actually, we really care about you. Just shut the fuck up. We don't need more pictures of Justin Bieber. He's already posted 80 in the last hour on his own Instagram. We don't need you. Also, please subscribe. I do like actually want you to subscribe. I ask for it, but I do want you to subscribe also, like IRL.
You didn't even know this whole video. I wear my leather pants. See this? See this? See this? There have been big advancements in leather technology. Big advancements. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, go clutch your pearls. Aww. They're not letting Ice sleep. They're like, we can't sleep, so you can't sleep. It's like total communication breakdown. Like, Ice is like being fucking tortured by the public, because the public's like, how dare you? You can't sleep. You can't. There'll be no rest for the wicked. No rest for the wicked. There will be no rest. There will be no rest for the wicked. There will be no rest for the wicked. Give them hell, people. They shot one of our own.
Today, Egghead. That's right, Batman. There ain't no rest for the...
That's right, Batman. There'll be no rest for the wicked-ass Ice. Fuck you, Ice. There'll be no rest for the wicked Ice. You know, it's like... Now, okay, I switched thingies here, and I'm supposed to speak with Delgado. I'm gonna go through this thing and try again, and see if reload maybe gets me what I need with him. Yeah, that'll be the key.
The wicked, even when they try to close their eyes for some good night's sleep. Because last night, anti-Gestapo protesters were having
yes, the frogs.
A rolling noise demo and protest in downtown Minneapolis, targeting hotels where federal agents were reportedly staying. The Canopy by Hilton and the Renaissance Minneapolis Hotel, both luxury hotels where, instead of getting a restful night's sleep, ICE was greeted with this.
I love America. Here's the America that I know. Here's the America that I know. All the ICE officers are like, God damn it, I can't sleep. Don't tread on Minnesota, bitch. It's noise warfare. Due process. There's like a fireworks display. Custard killers.
The entirety of downtown Minneapolis streets was flooded with party protests of class solidarity to deprive ICE Gestapo agents of their well-needed beauty rest.
Fuck ICE.
Your Botox, Miss Nom? Oh yeah, fix me up, fix me up. Another day doing what's top.
It even appears that the local Minneapolis Police Department joined in on the noise protest by lining the streets, I guess, to keep order, but then throwing on their sirens in support.
What? The police started running the fucking sirens against ICE? If you're not welcome here, you won't sleep. Way to go, Minneapolis! God, I love America. I've never seen this sort of action before, like, you know, on this level. I've seen it before, but I've never seen it like this, where it's like every city is mobilizing now. We make our stand against the fascists. Why didn't we do this 20 years ago? We wouldn't have the Patriot Act. They told us not to. I told my mother, I was like, well, I think I'm fixing to fight the government. And she was like, you sound retarded. Don't do that. And I was like, all right, are you sure? You know, because we're kind of fixing to maybe fight the government. And she was like, no, don't do it. And I was like, all right, I promise I won't.
Now, of course, a lot of the fascist bootlicking trolls online are trying to say that that was an attempt to silence the protesters and many other egregious things that we'll talk about a little later. But that kind of falls apart when you see further footage of the protests and remember that Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey was flanked by officers when he said this.
Little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the
fuck out of Minneapolis.
Fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here.
We do not want you here.
Your
Not
stated
welcome.
reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead.
I love the sign language
That's
person.
on you. And it's also on you to leave.
And boy, did Minneapolis take that to heart. You had protesters at points getting right up to the windows of the hotels where ICE was reportedly staying.
My people are inspired. There'll be fucking riots. Or just, you know, maybe a bunch of frogs play a lot of sound. I don't think they want to hurt anybody. I think they're scared of it. I am. It's the greatest sound I've ever heard. It's the cacophony of the sounds of silence ending. I love the way it sounds. It's the greatest sound I've ever heard in my whole life. We're finally doing something. We're finally gonna do something. We gotta stop it. They don't get a break. No, they don't get a break. Fuck them. Chinga la migra.
It's a hotel where ICE is staying, or where they think ICE is staying.
Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. No kings. No kings.
You then, of course, had some of the icons of ice protesting, like the Sharkman, Frogman, and Pikachu, busting down moves to show their support of the movement.
Everybody's partying. Nobody does it like the Twin Cities. They don't fuck around. We know it, too. We knew it. We've always known it. Don't fuck with the Twin
As if
Cities.
sheer incompetence, zero training, and peaking in high school wasn't enough to agitate these incompetent ice losers, the sleep deprivation technique does appear to be making more of them seemingly fuck up.
Shame on you.
Listen.
Have you
I'm gonna lecture you.
Past couple of days, have you not learned? Learned what? What's our lesson here? What do you want us to learn? Following federal agents. Give me my phone.
Yeah, I kind of wish he had finished that thought before assaulting that woman, because what is the lesson here, shitbag? That us using our civil liberties and right to free speech to fight against tyranny is warrant for you to shoot us in the face 3 times? And speaking of responses and humiliating ICE agents, you had some pretty cathartic ones online, like, that's more of a celebration than a threat. What are they gonna do next? Carol sing them into submission?
No, man, you fucking fucked with you fucked with La Raza. You're fucking idiots. You don't ever fuck with La Raza.
Or get ICE the fuck out of your hotels at Hilton.
we love our fucking we love our Latinos. Like, why are you attacking the Latino culture so strongly? That's crazy. That's like pissing off the horde or something. That's not a wise idea.
Hotels, good. Don't let them rest. Fuck them. They want peace, but you don't get peace when you murder an innocent woman in broad daylight. A mother of 3, a wife, someone's daughter. Props to everyone out there. Run those fuckers right up out of there. As well as one of my personal favorites, Champions League's nights in Europe are way more disruptive than this. If they bitch, they should have to take off their hoods, put down the noose, and not be able to show up to work the next day. And let's be real, that is the point. Because the federal government is not going to do anything to stop this. They are the bad guys. But try telling that to MAGA-thumping moron fascist bootlickers like this idiot from Canada, who told us in response to these protests to use the Insurrection Act and the Communist Control Act. Or Alaska girl here, who either had an aneurysm while typing this or just doesn't know grammar, who said Democrats' tools if stolen fraud elections, paid chaos. That's all this is. I know that you are that stupid, so instead I'll ask, have you no empathy? Do you really think this is fraud and Democrats paid to be political agitators like Trump says? Are you that empty of empathy and morality to not recognize that this is a very real, visceral response of fear and anger and outrage at the murder of a member of their community, a mother, an innocent bystander? On top of all of the other myriad atrocities that this administration has been, is, and will continue to commit. It's so ironic that the people who have been brainwashed for decades with right-wing propaganda are the ones throwing allegations of this being a fucking psyop, or people are being paid, like the Sandy Hook shooting wasn't real, like Parkland were a bunch of paid agitator kids. My brother in Christ, the Democrats can't even fundraise to win a fucking election. You think they're that organized to go out there and pay fucking Pikachu to dance in the street of Minneapolis? Are you fucking, where do you get your lobotomies? And look, I hope this comes off as a feel-good story. I think it should. I think there's a lot to celebrate here. But there were also people in that comment section saying that they weren't going far enough, or this wasn't doing anything.
The schools a lot
even
more.
Calling for the V word, which I can't say because YouTube. And in an actual logical society, those are conversations very nuanced that probably need to and should be had. Where is the line? How far do we go to fight for ourselves and protect ourselves and our communities? But that conversation can't even happen in earnest unless all of us can fucking recognize that we are not the enemy, they are. The government is, the Trump regime is, the billionaires, the oligarchs that want this shit happening, that want to destabilize all of our lives so they can siphon the wealth into themselves. That is where this is coming from. And yes, there are fucking morons and lunatics and violent people out there. Most of them are on the right.
Yeah.
And sure, some of them are on the fringe of the left. The fringe of the left being, I think people should have housing and health care, not I think innocent women should get shot 3 times in the face in their car while this ICE agent's calling her a bitch and filming it like he's gonna post it on TikTok and can easily move out of the way of the car, and then the entire fucking regime gets behind his incompetent loser ass who's also married to a foreign Filipina woman and try to defend the same people, the same regime that wouldn't give a fuck if they died. Fuck them. Fuck ICE. If you agree, drop a like, subscribe, and let's make fascists if you agree, drop a like and subscribe, and let's make fascists afraid again. For U.S. Democratic Socialists and Really American, I'm Kenny Hess. I'll see you guys in the next one.
This one was good. This one really made me fucking happy. Here's the PBS Frontline about Trump's power and the rule of law. Ty Cobb. We'll do that one. It seems elevated. We'll do that, and then we'll do bipolar disorder and hip hop. Isn't what you think?
One place we're thinking of starting the film is the moment that President Trump goes to the Department of Justice and speaks at the Great Hall.
Right.
What do you see in that moment of him going there, talking for over an hour?
So at 30,000 feet, given my experience as a former federal prosecutor in the 80s, and subsequently as a independent counsel and White House counsel, I was sad to see that. I think it was clearly intended to make plain that the Department of Justice no longer is an independent part of the government. It's now protective of him. That was not news to anybody, given the appointments that he'd made, the fact that he'd installed 2 of his criminal lawyers, in senior positions, and picked Matt Gaetz to be the original nominee to be the Attorney General. It was clear that he had no respect for the Justice Department and intended to run it as an object of his fealty. But it was, it punctuated all those things in a way that I was very sad to see.
When he's there, one of the things that he did was single out particular people, like Norm Eisen, who he calls scum and vicious, Andrew Weissman. What does it mean for the President of the United States at the Justice Department, with the Attorney General there and the Director of the FBI, to single out people as describe them as scum?
It's offensive, it's un-American, it's all things that, everything about it is something that I wish I'd never seen or heard. Rare has been the opportunity for a president to speak in the Great Hall of Justice. I think typically when it's been done, and I only really actually recall Obama having done it, perhaps others have, but it's usually ceremonial to provide an award or congratulate somebody or say something uplifting about the rule of law or some major success in terms of moving civilized society forward. It's rarely a campaign rally, and it's it's never been a campaign rally before, and certainly it shouldn't be the apparent call to vengeance that it was there. I think even before you get to Trump's remarks, I frankly thought the most shocking thing I heard the whole day was not from Trump, but was from Pam Bondi, when rather than saying that all the Justice Department people there were assembled because of their devotion to the Constitution, she said, emphatically that we are all here for him. That is, a break of 240 plus years, I guess, in terms of the independence of the Justice Department. You're not there for an idol, and you're not there to be idolaters. You're there to preserve and protect the Constitution. That's the oath you take.
Why was it so different? Why was that? Because I think it's hard for people to understand why that would matter. That the Attorney General would say something like that, or the President would present himself there.
Well, I think it goes back just to the rule of law. No man is above the law. Principle that most Americans think the country is founded upon. It's gotten a little confusing because of the immunity decision, which is, I think, misrepresented mostly by the mainstream media, because it does get reported as though that the Supreme Court somehow gave him carte blanche to do whatever he wanted, which is not what they did. Had that been the case, they would have reversed the D.C. Circuit and dismissed the case, rather than remanded the case to the district court for instructions to determine which of the official acts, or which of the acts in the indictment were official acts, and of those official acts, which had presumptive immunity, were any of them not entitled to immunity because of circumstances that the judge found. So I think the Trump takeaway from that opinion, and certainly his advisors and the way they message it, is he's free to do whatever he wants. Now, he's always felt free to do whatever he wants, and always thought that should be his approach, but only now, after sort of 4 years to plan the approach, Project 2025, and the full-scale assault that's underway on the rule of law, because the courts are there as an obstacle to the lawlessness that he's attempted so far, and the only obstacle under the Constitution, because Congress has neutered itself through its own cowardice. I think the cheerleading that went on there, and frankly, at the core of where the rule of law gets exercised by the government, was just shocking and offensive.
You know him well. I mean, what did you see? Was he the same president that you saw? Was he more unbound in a moment like that than when you knew him? What did you see about him as a man?
So, I mean, I have some ethical constraints because of the position that I used to hold, and I worked closely with him and spent a lot of time with him. I'm not sure that I know him well, or I wouldn't say that we were ever buddies or anything like that. But I did spend a lot of time with him. I think the man he is today, much different from the man I encountered. Not necessarily in terms of character, approach, or personality, but in terms of confidence and recklessness. I think he was a little tentative during his first term, in the sense of not acting out on every impulse. He had advisors, from the initial largely qualified cabinet that he had picked the first time around to his the chief of staff, who was there the bulk of the time, General Kelly, who would oftentimes try to counsel him, and others would oftentimes try to counsel him to restrain himself in some way, or raise a decorum issue or a stature issue. I don't think you see that anymore, not with the handlers that he currently has. So I think you see a man that is determined to get his own way, knows what he wants to do, has people like Steve Bannon and others, feeding him agenda items on a constant basis. Some of which, he's very interested in, others of which he might toy with briefly and then discard, or toy with briefly and then become obsessed with. Like, for example, tariffs, which I know is the issue of today, as we throw out several decades worth of prosperity and have seen
trade
stock markets
relations
around the world shake and the dollar drop. So we'll see how long he plays with that. But given the criticism that he's taken on that today, I can assure you that criticism only inspires him to double down, because it's not like they're going to rethink the wisdom of these kind of things, and that's sort of the tragedy of the president's personality, which is when attacked or criticized, his reaction tends to be very, very defensive and very, very vengeful.
In his conflicts with lawyers, with the Justice Department during the first term, was very much public. The idea that Jeff Sessions would recuse himself, that the Justice Department wouldn't go along with him on attempts to overturn the election, or going after people who he wanted him to.
I am doing great. I'm about to buy the Mansion DLC while it's current with the discounts. So I saved $2 million and shit. I'm doing real good. I'm like sitting back in this chair and I'm feeling like I am like king of this fucking city now. I'm in my bunker out here and I've got like a fucking I got a hangar and a weed shop, and it goes on. Bunker and all this other stuff, car wash and all that, and yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Like I own this bitch. It's a good game like that. It makes you feel like you can conquer the world. And the money's coming in passively now. Where am I going now? Oh right, I've got to steal something, huh? I didn't steal anything. I will ride Starfield into Elder Scrolls 6, and I think I should maybe start building a Starfield following, but I don't know. Like, I play a lot of games, so I don't know. I haven't played Once Human in a while, and actually really like Once Human. I just started to burn out on it. So where are we going now? Deliver guidance systems to the key.
With lawyers, was he frustrated?
I think the relationship with the Justice Department was, it was a little uncertain. I mean, he wasn't really sure how far to push. He would push as far as he thought he could, and then maybe pull back, but then vent again. Sessions was a constant object of his ire, in part because of the recusal.
And Comey too.
In which, in candor, I think that the president did have a gripe, because keep in mind that former Attorney General Sessions, a man who I have great respect for. He announced his recusal without consultation with the White House, and so that was a little abrupt, and that rubbed the president the wrong way, and he has a right to, react to that. But he never got over it, and I think that from that point on, the Attorney General didn't have the president's confidence, and then when things would go badly there, it would cause him to be even more irritated than he might have otherwise been.
Because what I'm wondering is if, as he goes into his second term, it changes the type of people he chooses. It changes what he's looking for in an attorney general and the lawyers who are around him.
Well, certainly something has changed. Is it all on the president? I'm not so sure. He's got some very close advisors who have been, planning, a polite word for scheming, for this moment. If you look not just at the Justice Department in isolation, but
So if they make Elder Scrolls 6 like this massive fucking place like Daggerfall that just goes on forever and auto-generates crazy dungeons that are like all really crazy, I can see that being the future of Elder Scrolls 6, and I do like that, and I don't have an issue with that, especially if it's like lore, accurate and stuff. I don't see why they can't steer the AI to build the world like to lore accuracy. And so I'm excited for Elder Scrolls 6, and I guess I'm a Bethesda gamer in this era. I didn't think I would be. I thought I would be a Rust player, honestly. I thought I would do Rust, Eve, and FFXI, but honestly, no. 11 is not supported. EVE Online is, but it's toxic, and Rust is, but it's toxic. And while I can sit on Rust PvE, I actually prefer Starfield more. It has more combat than Rust PvE does, for one thing. Steel laser diodes, right? So I'm going to local map to that thing, yeah. Oh yeah, while I was in the key, I guess I should have gone and gotten missions, but that's all right. I'm actually trying to clear my mission log. I've been thinking about finishing the game finally, because it's like, yeah, I have all this other side stuff that I could work on. I'm gonna try and clear this list and get to the bottom of the list. Okay, the one I want to avoid is called the MSQ, All That Money Can Buy. So I have to watch. I've been kind of like accidentally doing progress on that, I think. All That Money Can Buy. Locate the seller. Yeah, talk to Walter Straw. I think I actually hit a glitch in this quest, but I'm sure I can fix it eventually. So I'm going to clear this list. There's stuff that I can't do. Like Let There Be Light is corrupted, I think. Unless it was some kind of time-based thing. I don't know. There's a lot of different things it could be. A lot of time has passed now. Maybe New Atlantis isn't glitched, but I bet it is. Steal from Laredo Firearms. Okay.
the whole of government, the quality.
And I could see maybe writing Bethesda games the rest of my fucking life. When, like, if I get too bored of Starfield, I can always go to Oblivion Remaster and sit on that and conquer that for a while. There's, you know, places I can go, and then eventually they release Elder Scrolls 6, which is going to be like Starfield, but with, you know, it'll be like Starfield, but with better stuff. Or more, you know, better RPG combat, I would imagine.
Of appointed personnel has never been lower. I mean, it's sort of shocking. You replaced a bunch of statesmen with.
Yeah, and I'm seeing this like place like Bethesda could wrap its arms around me. I don't think I want to attack Bethesda any longer. I don't want to talk shit about them. I used to be so angry with them and like just have to, but I had to get all my frustration out of dealing with their bullshit for like 20 years. Now I think Starfield is in this place that I'm really, really fucking happy with it. I'm going to start dumping like $25 into Starfield every month. And maybe I'll see what modding a full Starfield, like, you know, run will actually be like. Eventually, in the end, I'll be able to convert to fully, like, you know, illegal mods or whatever, because I'll have finished my achievement run. At which point I can just convert this entire thing into a Star Wars, you know, I can convert this entire thing to the Star Wars mod.
You know, juvenile delinquents.
I can live on Starfield probably all the way up until the day Elder Scrolls 6, you know, releases. And in the meantime, we get GTA 6. I don't know what else is coming. I wonder what the surprises might be. There might be surprises, and I don't know what they are. I don't know what the surprises might be. Looking forward to the future. Wayward Realms is starting to look real good to me. Like they might have something. And yeah, like maybe between Wayward Realms, GTA 6, Starfield, Elder Scrolls 6, X4, and Grand Theft Auto 5. You know, those are the games. Those are good. They're all the big games, but I don't care. I like playing these games. They're fun to do.
That's the best example I can come up with. You know, and you know, the theory that Matt Gaetz, you know, would have been an appropriate attorney general, or at some of the other appointments that we've, you know,
Matt
seen
Gaetz
and endured and
That case isn't an
to
appropriate
date,
anything but jail
with
cell.
frustration. I think
Jailbird.
demonstrate that he only value at this stage of his presidency and what he wants to accomplish. He really only values loyalty. And
I do like the game. Like when you go through the game, you see that the AI is like decorating like all this stuff right here. And when you go through the hallways, there's like lots of stuff. There's like papers on the wall, and there's like some employee here. I don't like the voices anymore. I've kind of gotten over Bethesda voices, and I like having it turned off. But like, I gotta say, the office looks good. The lighting isn't, I don't know, something about the lighting isn't right, and they need to fix that. They need to fix the flashlight or something. I'm not really sure what it is. But yeah, like, I have faith that this game will be really big. I don't, not like big, but I think I can make my living out of this game. Just playing it forever. I should maybe go up under the Starfield channel for like a whole week, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't plan on doing any drinking here for a while, I don't think. So yeah, like maybe I go up under the Starfield category for the time being, I guess. I don't know. I do a lot of React content, and just chatting fits my channel better. Maybe it's better that I just don't talk about Starfield at all, and you know, just play Starfield or whatever. This guy didn't care. He's just like, While I'm here, can I pickpocket him? Save. Can I, like, get a key off him or something? That's not worth it. It's never worth it. I liked this game when I first played it. I just wish it had the performance that it does now. If it had the performance day one, the performance really hurt this game, you know? But now I really like the performance of this game. It's like the smoothest engine I can think of on the market right now. I like it more than Unreal. It doesn't ever hitch like Unreal does, you know? Especially on GeForce Now. It does hitch, but it just doesn't on GeForce Now. GeForce Now is a good way to play this game. It's way too big otherwise. So yeah, I guess we're leaving, but I have to exit the shop.
virtually nothing else.
Yep, and I'll just do React content. I'll do political stuff and video games and music stuff, and then I'll watch these people and try to expand my mind for the rest of my life. Try to reach enlightenment through watching 10 billion YouTube videos or whatever. And in the meantime, I just grind all these endless games that you can't truly beat. Like, and in the meantime, they'll bring me other offerings. Like, if they remaster Fallout New Vegas, I might be lost in that game for a while. If they make Fallout New Vegas's combat anywhere near as good as they made the Oblivion Remaster's combat, I could get lost in that game again for a long, long time. That game has I don't know if it has the kind of replayability that this game does. Some people like hand-drawn more, but I mean, there are games that I could like play if I burn out on Starfield. I love Starfield. Like, I am inspired by this scene right here because it's like a big rototiller drone crop. I think we have these in the real world. I'm fairly sure this is how hydroponics works now. They run these huge rolly things with water sprayers on them, and they keep the water pumps clean and open and not clogged. And the water just like does this huge big circle of crops. That is the best way to farm. I think it actually is, and I love that they showed it. I've never seen this concept before outside of, like, you know, farms. But seeing like some space concept of it is really inspiring to me. Like, something that Starfield did that I think, like, I gotta say it's in its favor is it did bring me to the stars. I don't think No Man's Sky was able to do that. I don't think Elite Dangerous or even, I mean, EVE Online was able to do it, but then they just wouldn't make it like so that, you know, you wouldn't be harassed. I don't want that free for all PvP anymore. It's worked its way out of my system. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. There's investigate the construction site in New Atlantis. Let's just go check in on that and see if it's busted. We don't know. Maybe it's finally fixed or something.
Because that's the sort of the heart of I think one of the questions about who he's choosing is if it's for loyalty, if it's for, is he looking for, his Roy Cohn, for somebody who's going to go to battle for him, and who's the client? Is it the president of the United States? Is it Donald Trump? I mean, how do you see that? How do you see what Trump is looking for in a lawyer?
So it's interesting that you mentioned Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn, I think, had a big effect on the president. Not because of anything philosophical so much as I think the president found Roy Cohn's approach to problem solving liberating, which was to learn that there really are no rules. The rules only matter if you care.
Yeah, this thing did
and there's no reason you should care about anything other than your self-interest. I'm not sure that he's got any Roy Cohns, because Roy Cohn was somebody that Trump looked up to. I don't think Trump looks up to any of these people. I'd be shocked. I think these are people that he thinks he can control and has great confidence they'll do what he wants. He's not looking for them to tell him what to do. He's looking for them to do what he tells them to do.
But do you have that sense that, because a lot of lawyers will say, we don't work for Donald Trump, government lawyers will say we don't work for Donald Trump, whether it's in the White House counsel's office or the Justice Department. We work for the office, we work for the United States. Do you have the sense that he sees it differently, that he sees them as working for him personally?
Yes. Now, so there are times where that distinction needs to be made. I had to make that distinction multiple times because my position as special counsel to the president and in managing the Mueller investigation, there were a lot of ethical issues. The president had personal attorneys. There were certain things that I could discuss and negotiate with Mueller on behalf of the White House, but there were certain other things that had to be negotiated by his personal attorneys. We would be in meetings. I would have to, withdraw from meetings so that they could have discussions about, his personal concerns or interests, and that were not, White House or constitutional issues of consequence at the White House with which I was entrusted. So there are times that discussion makes some sense. And obviously, if I'd have been his personal attorney, I wouldn't be here today. But I didn't have that. I didn't have that individual representation. I did represent the United States, and my oath was to preserve and protect the Constitution. I didn't have a retainer agreement. He never paid me a dime, of course. So there are nuances about those discussions, but when you talk about take Emil Bove and Todd Blanche and take those two for example. Pam Bondi's a little bit of a different example, but take those two for example. They were both his personal attorneys. They have the burden of carrying around a great deal of privileged information about their client, and their devotion was to him. And I think it sort of begs credulity to think that their devotion, is to anything other than him. And then I think, the example that I cited earlier with regard to Pam Bondi, when in her introductory comments at the Justice Department when Trump was there, made it plain that we're all here for him. Those words, should never be uttered, but certainly should never be uttered in the Great Hall in front of an assembled group of high-ranking Justice Department officials, because that's not their job. Their duty is to preserve and protect the Constitution.
The very first day starts with just a number of executive actions, executive orders, starting at the Capital One Arena, going on to the White House. What do you see in the actions that he takes that day? Because a lot of presidents start out by signing executive orders. Was there something different about what he was doing?
Oh, sure. Every president is different. This is round two of his presidency. He learned a lot the first time around, I think, in terms of how far he could go. He had a plan to go further this time, and he went into his first day in consultation with his core team, of course, with a plan, and a lot of it's theater, a lot of it's acting, a lot of it's entertainment, but they're not unrelated. I mean, this is an orchestrated exercise to forcefully fuel the base, to flood the zone in a way that Congress and businesses and individuals feel the weight of his authority and respond accordingly, or in the way that he desires, which is to cower, and to overwhelm the courts. And the courts, I think, were initially overwhelmed. That's sort of by design, though, the way the Constitution does. The court sort of lags behind the president and Congress in terms of the speed with which they respond, and I think that's, as I said, by design. The president has the freedom to act faster than the other two branches of government in some regards, and Congress has the ability to forcefully do things at a speed that sometimes the courts can't sustain. But ultimately, when it comes to the interpretation of the law, as we're dealing with in the Supreme Court this week, where I was just on an amicus brief with one of your former guests on the front line, Judge Ludig, and others, with regard to the Alien Enemies Act, making the point that seems odd to be making, that since 1803, the law has been, as dictated in Marbury versus Madison, the courts determine what the law is and interpret the law, not the president, not Congress.
Where do you think it's coming from, this idea of flood the zone, of overwhelm things? Is this Stephen Miller? Where is he?
I have some thoughts, but I don't have any real expertise on that. I think I'd be a little bit arrogant to try to pin it down, but but it is definitely something that I'm sure that was put together by his advisors. I mean, Trump is eager to act quickly at any time. He likes to make decisions. He trusts his own judgment, right or wrong, and once he makes a decision, the likelihood of him ever acknowledging a mistake is not high. But he does like to move quickly, and I think his advisors play to that. They've designed this in a way that appeals to him, and he's certainly executing at a pace that I'm sure they're happy with.
Can you help me understand Stephen Miller, what he's like, or what his role is?
So I only really had a professional relationship with Stephen, and he's a very smart person. He not to denigrate anybody in the room, but he got his start as a journalist at the Duke newspaper, where actually, to his credit, he was instrumental in unraveling the Duke lacrosse case and the improper conduct of the district attorney down there. But extremely conservative, and very devoted to this president, and sees this president as a vehicle for the philosophical things that he thinks should come about in America. I'm not sure that those are necessarily the things that all Americans agree should happen, but Trump won the election, and Miller's one of his advisors, and he trusts him immensely. He had, as is public information, Miller was the scribe and editor of the now famous Comey firing letter that the president had originally drafted when he was intending to terminate James Comey at the FBI, and at the time, he was 8 years younger than he is now.
Let me ask you one other thing that happened the first day, about one other thing that happened the first day, which is the pardons, the commutations for all of the people who were involved in January 6th. Do you think that sent a message when he did that on his first term? It was something he had campaigned on and sort of promised to do, but it would also surprise even some of his supporters.
I do think it was surprising. My recollection, which could be wrong, is that he'd heated up a couple of times during the campaign, sort of backed away from it the last 6 weeks or so. Not in a sense of disavowing it, but just didn't talk about it. And then made a decision to not only pardon everybody, including even the most violent offenders, but do it and do it immediately. I think that was a message, and I don't think it was the message that actually people voted for him for, because while they wanted him to take forceful action and make an abrupt turn from the whatever difficulties they perceived that had hampered the Biden administration, I'm not sure that they elected him to rewrite history, and we've seen him spend 70 plus days actually rewriting history, trying to take January 6th out of the history books, and fire the prosecutors who were involved in the cases that emanated from what I think anybody who saw it on TV or even read remotely about it recognized to be one of the darkest days in American history, with many indignities, including violent crimes and deaths. The theory that it was the bright, sunny, happy, glorious day to be revered forever by the MAGA world is just lunacy, but that's the narrative that they're trying to sell now.
There's long been theories about executive power, going back to Watergate and the idea of the unitary executive, and that the presidency had been constrained and needed to be sort of reinvigorated. What do you make of that and this administration? And is that the intellectual framework for the way that he's approached the law, or are they doing something different than the discussion that had been going on for decades?
So I think, if I could parse that just slightly. So I think, the power of the presidency was probably at its weakest in the post-Watergate few years. I think Gerald Ford was very cautious, and appropriately so, trying to calm the country down and give it a steady hand after those things. Nixon had been deposed. Nixon had to character to listen to voices he trusted and do what they suggested, and I think he came to believe was the right thing for the country, which was to resign. I don't think that had that been President Trump, that anybody would have seen him leave the White House voluntarily. Jimmy Carter was no threat to impose a unitary executive philosophy on things. So I think the country had sort of some breathing space, and then gradually since that time, you've seen, and sometimes in part because of events. 9/11 obviously was a significant event that required strong executive action, and there have been others that where as the world gets more and more complicated, and which it does every day, that require a president to step up from time to time. But as a philosophical and intellectual matter, I don't think it really picked up steam until the post 9/11 era, and I think John Yoo may have been one of the initial legal minds to put pen to paper and articulate it in a way that actually turned it into a philosophy. I could be wrong about that, but that's sort of the recollection I have in terms of first reading about creeping reinfusion of power into the presidency over the other two branches. I do think that there's never been anybody, as unbound by convention or civility or norms as this president. And I think under this president, I think you see assertions of presidential power that you've never seen before. And you see a little bit of, you see a lot of gamesmanship behind it. I mean, I think some of the things that have accompanied many of the actions of the last 70 days really sort of diminish the unitary executive theory. For example, I think in the Venezuelan deportation case that Judge Boasberg has, where the Justice Department refuses to give really perfunctory information about what is clearly their defiance of the judge's orders. And playing games with like the State Secrets Act, where the rhetoric, not only from the president but from the Justice Department in pleadings suggests that the reason they have to do this is because of bleeding heart liberal judges that favor gang members and terrorists and those who would rob, rape, and murder people on our streets over over a president's desire to clean up the country. Well, that's not the issue at all in these cases. I mean, the only issue in the Alien Enemies Act case, now that it's been resurrected after having last been used in one of the darkest legal moments in the history of America in the Japanese internment case 80 plus years ago. The only real issue is, were these people who the government said they were, and did they have the associations that the government said they did? And those are simple, probable cause standard, findings. They don't require, a lengthy trial. They require, a simple hearing and probable cause, not reasonable doubt, or any other higher standard than probable cause is the standard. And people are, if determined to be, who the government says they are, and if determined that there is probable cause to believe they did what the government said they did, they're whisked off. Plus, none of those people were in a threat to anybody. They'd all been detained. So you see the rhetoric, and these false choices that are thrown out there as reasons to loathe the judiciary and delegitimize the judicial branch. It's all made up. I mean, the judges, and particularly Judge Boasberg, had a simple task, and I think has done a good job of trying to make that plain. Although it's not getting communicated very effectively within the current administration.
With the Eric Adams case, what happens? Was it different than the way that went down? Your understanding of how the criminal justice system works, how U.S. attorneys work?
Never seen anything like it, ever. I mean, but it does. There is a common theme to that penetrates almost everything else he's done, from his attempts to punish law firms with tangential relationships, to people who, in the course of just doing their jobs, were adverse to him. And not just law firms, but colleges and institutions of higher learning, science. It's all transactional now, very transactional. And this was as the judge who dismissed the case with prejudice this week observed in a very detailed, well thought out opinion. Where he didn't do any violence to, the separation of powers issues that were in play. He acknowledged them all, and rationally so. But he made it very clear that this was nothing more than, a quid pro quo, for Eric Adams to support, one of Trump's policy initiatives on immigration, and roll over for whatever whatever his Justice Department and administration wanted to do in New York with immigration, in exchange for not sending him to jail. But the wrinkle that was at issue this week, of course, was whether the dismissal should be with prejudice or not with prejudice. And Paul Clement, a longtime conservative, Republican thought leader, and government lawyer, and recent Supreme Court, somebody who was recently considered for the Supreme Court as a serious contender who would make a good justice because of his intellect and experience, was appointed, which I thought was unusual that the judge appointed Paul, who I know and respect, given his conservative bent. But he came out with a very lawyer-like analysis that made it plain that the with prejudice, without prejudice distinction was one where only dismissing it with prejudice, where it couldn't be rebrought and didn't hang like a sort of Damocles over the head of Eric Adams for the Trump administration, was consistent with traditional concepts of justice and the rule of law. And the judge followed that recommendation, thank goodness, and appropriately so, to the frustration of the government. And he made it very plain that what Emil Bove and senior leaders of the Justice Department attempted to do there was straightforward quid pro quo in a case that had taken up great resources, where there was really not much question about the facts or the events that had occurred, given the number of other people that have been implicated, and some of whom have already been convicted or pled guilty. So I think
I'm going to feed my cat and go to the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry.
This week, that I think may be a signal that the courts are starting to catch up to this and trying to right some of these wrongs and showing that they can do that.
Can you help me understand why somebody like Daniel Sesson, the acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District, would resign? As a former prosecutor, help me understand why she and a number of other people would either be pushed out or resign.
I think that the circumstances faced by Ms. Sassoon and subsequently Mr. Scott in the Southern District were similar to the circumstances faced by Elliot Richardson and Bill Ruckelshaus at the Justice Department when the Nixon administration tried to get them to terminate Archibald Cox's independent counsel, and they both resigned. I think it was the same. I think it was the same consideration. That there's a time when that oath you take to preserve and protect the Constitution matters and hits the road. And once you assess it in those terms, your duty is clear. I think she did that, and she did it eloquently. He did that. He did it eloquently. I've never personally met either of them, but I can't wait to shake their hand if I do.
I mean, it seems like they see their job differently than if you read the letter from Emil Bove to her that says, you work for this administration, and when you're asked to do something, you should do it, and in a way you're sort of violating your oath by refusing to do it.
Right, which makes the subject that we talked about earlier when Trump addressed the Great Hall and was introduced by Pam Bondi, and she made it plain that they were all there for him and devoted to him. That's just not the way it's supposed to work. They're supposed to preserve and protect the Constitution, and they're not there to preserve and protect the presidency.
What's the danger of if it doesn't work that way? If they do serve the president, if the United States Department of Justice or the U.S. attorneys are serving him in the way that they're describing in those letters?
Well, it turns the Constitution on its head. It does turn the president into a king, I guess if I had to epitomize the danger is Putin, Stalin, Hitler.
Explain that.
that all those leaders, had the Slavish devotion of anybody below them, all of whom knew that there would be serious consequences to them if they ran afoul of his desires, and that was really their only standard. In America, until recently, the only standard that federal prosecutors were to be concerned about was whether what they were doing was fair, just, and consistent with the Constitution.
Were you surprised there wasn't more fallout? Especially Congress doesn't hold hearings about it, doesn't call everybody in to find out exactly what happened.
No, not with this Congress. I think this Congress has neutered itself through its own cowardice, and certainly in the House that's the case. And I think in the Senate, while there are people there, as was demonstrated yesterday when 4 senators broke with their party to vote against the tariffs with Canada in good conscience and consistent with rational economic theory. The reality is, again, getting to the transactional point, these people now know that Elon Musk and the president will go out and find somebody else to run against them from the right and raise hundreds of millions of dollars for them to put them out of a job. Now, I grew up in a little town in Kansas, and I can remember thinking it was a pretty cool thing about America that you could serve your country, and that your standard would be to do what you thought was right. I was in grade school when I read Profiles in Courage. One of the individuals profiled was a Kansan who salvaged the attempted impeachment of Andrew Johnson out of conscience. Whether or not it was the right thing to do, I have no idea, but it was clearly an act of conscience as portrayed in President Kennedy's book. Those things made a great impression on me. That's not the America we've enjoyed the last 70 days.
How unusual, or what do you make of a moment like where Elon Musk and Doe show up and take a congressionally funded agency like USAID, say they're shutting it down, take the sign off, pull the money away? In a moment like that, how unusual is it? How does it relate to what we've been talking about?
Well, I think it gets back to the form of government that we now have, in terms of the philosophy of this administration, which is we can do whatever we want, and we don't really care what it looks like. This is the kind of thing you would typically see in a third world country or in a highly autocratic country. And I guess the thing that I'm most shocked about is sort of less that they do it, but how ham-handed it is. The cuts at USAID, USAID, I'm sure that there's a significant amount of fraud and a significant excess in terms of what is paid or has been paid historically that could have been and should have been surgically addressed through examination of the books and relationships and other things, and largely, but probably not completely rectified in the ordinary course of trying to fix that. Instead, what we did is we just killed the agency. And this is an agency that, for what is a relatively modest outlay economically, produces incredible benefits to the United States and to the world. This is an agency where Ebola is controlled and contained, conditions designed to prevent diseases like that and pandemics and other tragic events have historically been the focus of those programs. It's gotten us a foothold in any number of countries where we have significant national security interests.
I mean, and there may be people who disagree with you about the value of USAID, but that they do a congressionally funded agency, a congressionally created agency, and sort of shut it down themselves. What do you make of that? Is that
well? So I think again, again, that brings us back to Congress being neutered. I mean, Congress is not fighting for itself. Congress is not having those hearings that you suggest that clearly should be in order. Congress has even accepted, again, getting back to the gamesmanship of this administration, which insists that a woman who isn't even important enough at Doge to make it into the Fox News Bret Baier interview is actually the person running Doge, and Elon Musk is just a spectator. Everybody knows that's a lie. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to believe their lying eyes when they see he's at every Doge event and he's the guy holding the power saw. It's sort of silly, and the speed at which they're moving virtually ensures chaos and ensures a lot of erroneous decisions. Not unlike many of the other things that have happened in the chaos of the early days, where the military was told to take down everything DEI, and Jackie Robinson gets wiped out, and they later come back and say, "Well, that was a mistake. I'm sorry about that." Okay, well, what about the Navajo code talkers? Oh, that was a mistake too. But mistakes are happening, and it's only if somebody calls them out do they get corrected. There's not much that goes into the careful planning of these things, highlighted again today by the revelations that have come out about the way that the oddly configured tariffs and that the percentages were calculated. I mean, it doesn't make sense to economists. It doesn't even make sense to mathematicians.
I mean, can the courts deal with it? I mean, you were saying like they were playing around with who's running Doge, for example.
Sure.
These things are being defunded. I mean, can the courts deal with this?
Courts can deal with some of it. They can't deal with all of it. For example, a court. Let's take the example of the person that even the White House has acknowledged should never have been deported to El Salvador, the Venezuelan young man from Maryland who was arrested, in the presence of his 5-year-old, and at least according to his lawyers and the other publicly available information, it was not a member of the gang or otherwise supposed to be there, and the administration has acknowledged that they shouldn't have done it, and that it was a quote administrative error. I'm not sure what that means, but it was a mistake of huge proportions when you look at it from the perspective of his family. So and they say, well, there's nothing we can do. And by the way, he did have some traffic violations and he has some tattoos. Bad guy. That's the kind of thing I think that offends most right-thinking Americans. I mean, I don't think. I know the evangelicals.
Sorry about that. Had to go to the bathroom.
Voted for Trump. 82% of the evangelicals voted for Trump, but I think that many of them in their core understand that that's not the kind of compassion that they're talking about in church on Sundays, and that's not the kind of fairness that they've typically associated with America. And now the administration is saying there's nothing we can do. Of course there's things you can do. I mean, Bill Richardson went to North Korea 9 times to lobby to try to get people back. And we're not even picking up the phone and calling the country of El Salvador saying, hey, we made a mistake. Can you give us this one guy back? That's. I think the way that they're playing fast and loose and unwilling to try to address the mistakes that they make, ultimately may
before you sit,
be the downfall of some of this aggressive and reckless conduct.
Do you think that firing the inspector generals, the USAID inspector generals, is let go? I think right after he issues a report, they wasn't in the first group of inspector generals who were fired, but the replacement or the firing really, and not replacing the inspector generals. Is that part of this?
Good
same
kitty.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, no, I mean, so you got Congress neutered from doing their oversight because you've got Mike Johnson as the speaker.
Mike
who
Johnson
takes his marching instructions directly from the White House on a daily or multiple times a day basis. And then you've got the Senate, which is almost evenly split, and the message was made very crystal clear when Joni Ernst, a sexual assault victim and a military veteran, was bullied into supporting Hegseth by threats that they were going to run somebody against her, and grossly overfunded that person. This is going to cost you your job if you resist this. I think that kind of transactional, extortionate, whatever you want to call it, response is what you see, and purposely so, and that's what you see with the Attorney General, the Inspector General, because the Inspector Generals, while Congress provides the oversight generally for the executive branch, Inspector Generals provided for agencies on behalf of Congress. So they're there to report back to Congress about whether the agency is performing consistent with its ethical and legal obligations, and that's the kind of oversight this administration can't afford and doesn't tolerate.
So the Inspector Generals are pushed to the side. The Congress is sort of to the side. The Justice Department, as we've talked about, is being brought under sort of control of the White House, and a lot of this has ended up in the courts. And it's in that context that the president starts signing executive orders about law firms.
Oh, you don't
What
like
do those
that.
executive orders do? Where do you think they fit into this story?
Well, they are consistent with the picture that I think people are, grudgingly starting to recognize about what's really going on here, which is, this is not only about immigration and the economy and other things that the president campaigned on, but it's vengeance is at the front and center of what many of the actions taken in the first 70 days have been about. The law firms involved, some of whom have just the most tangential relationship to individuals that the president abhors or who crossed him in the course of performing their duties historically. It's just, there's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever done anything like this. It's again, gets back to the, authoritarian regimes that the United States has long been distinguished from because of the rule of law. The legality of these orders has so far been crystal clear that the law firms that have been courageous enough to contest them have prevailed, at least with regard to the patently absurd order that they can no longer go into federal buildings, thus keeping them out of federal courts and federal agencies where citizens of all faiths, all political parties, and rich, poor, partisan, indifferent, whoever, make an individual choice consistent with the right to counsel in the United States, another constitutionally time-honored concept, to represent them in those matters. And it's a grotesque interference in that, and the courts have agreed that that's inappropriate. One of the aspects of those orders is the removal of the security clearances of lawyers in those firms. Now that is something, when you were asking, are the courts up to it? So the courts are up to the issue of unlawfully prohibiting them from entering federal buildings. But the courts really actually aren't up to contesting the president's ability to pull a security clearance. Now, under certain evidentiary circumstances, they may ultimately be able to do it, but in terms of an injunctive approach, they're not going to be able to do that. So those clearances will be gone unless and until those cases are tried and vindicated or resolved. But I think the law firms, for the most part, who want to contest it, will certainly be able to stay in business and do their work at the EPA or OSHA or FDA or other federal buildings, including federal courts.
But it sounds like a lot of the firms, even if they know they might be able to go to court and get an injunction, feel some kind of pressure because they're settling. I mean, why?
Why did some of the media outlets and some of the tech companies, settle? I mean, part of it's sort of, a sign of fealty to the president, not wanting to be at war with the president because his vengeful, extortionate side is easily understood. That it's not good business. It plays into the as it should, the image of the president as a mob boss, it's sort of his way or the highway. If you get on the highway, you better be prepared to defend yourself vigorously, and it'll be expensive.
It's interesting you make that comparison. He says a lot of these law firms are bending to me. In the articles they say, they're bending the knee. What does that say to you?
It's certainly the messianic way he sees himself and others portray him.
As what? I mean, what does it mean for a law firm to bend to him? Or
well, so I think people generally would associate Skadden with enormous power as a titan of the law firm industry, and some firms that Trump historically, having been a New Yorker, looked up to as one of the blue blood, tough, successful, forceful, powerful law firms, and it certainly makes him feel good about himself that they're yielding to him.
And what's the challenge in that? I mean, does that deny people who want to challenge the government? What's the overall strategy or effective of some of these firms?
I think it's so new that we can't be sure, but I think there's certainly the danger that clients, judges, others will have some questions about the vigorousness of arguments that are made against the government by firms that have acquiesced to the president's demands. I think it undermines the confidence that many Americans have in the legal system, and any anxieties that people develop or get seeded about potential infirmities of the legal process or of Congress or other institutions other than the presidency, feed the power of the presidency. So diminishing all these institutions and historically consequential entities, makes the presidency that much stronger and that much more powerful, and transforms the American democracy from three co-equal branches to the situation where the presidency dominates in a way that it wasn't intended.
As I'm listening to the way you're describing him as transactional, as almost like a sort of a mob boss, and these other institutions being marginalized, it almost sounds like that these are two sort of different systems. This rule of what you're calling the rule of law, and this other system that's developing. What's happening in the big picture? What are you describing?
So I don't have an agenda or anything. I'm sort of trying to react to the circumstances, but I think what we have seen is a conscious diminution of the power of the courts, the integrity of the courts, the judges and the lawyers, who, many of whom are there either to challenge the government when the government is out of bounds, being unfair or overreaching, and on the lawyer side, and then on the judge side to determine whether that's the case, in a way that feeds the arguments that you hear from the White House about any judge who disagrees with him is a liberal rogue, even if it's Judge Boasberg, who was the judge who refused to let the IRS share Trump's tax returns, ruled in Trump's favor, forced the release of 14,000 emails that had been wrongfully withheld by Hillary Clinton, and has taken numerous other actions that benefited Republicans and sometimes the president directly, but because he got assigned a case that where the government clearly overreached and raised questions about it. Not questions of his own frolic and detour, but questions raised about compliance with the statute that are framed by the statute itself. He's under attack. So I think what you see is this attack on the judiciary, the attack on law firms, the attack on really all things other than the power of the presidency are designed to inflate the presidency to a level where it dominates the power structure of our government in a way that was never intended by the Constitution or the framers.
When that moment happens with Judge Boasberg and the flights, what do you make of that? There's an injunction to turn the flights around, and it doesn't. What happens in that moment? What does it tell you?
The fact that a judge would have been asked to rule on that should have been a foregone understanding. The likelihood of doing something like that without having it contested in court was 0 to none. And the fact that a judge asked the questions that this judge asked, those were questions that you should have answered in advance anyway. But you didn't. But they didn't care. I mean, they didn't. They were so determined to do this in a way that was shock and awe that they had people in the air within an hour or so of the signing of the executive order. Now that's, again, that gets back to sort of being too cute by half, because that's not really the way America has worked in the past. I mean, usually there are laws or proclamations that then are implemented in a careful, thoughtful way and consistent with due process. Careful, thoughtful, and due process were considerations that never came up in this planning.
I mean, what you're suggesting is that the White House wasn't exercising good faith in carrying out the law. They didn't have a lawyer before, or what do you make of that?
So I don't know. I don't know how lawyered it was, and we don't actually have much of an insight on that because the Justice Department's impertinent and unprecedented refusal to share information that the court has requested. But given the speed with which the actual execution of the deportations occurred following the signing of the executive order, or the proclamation, whatever, however they want to frame it, I think it's pretty clear that the due process, even the minimal due process required by the Alien Enemies Act, did not take place.
So what are they doing? What are they doing on this, on other things? Are they just testing the law, or is there a bigger strategy?
So I think that's an excellent question. I think oftentimes the presumption that there is a grand strategy and this is somehow encapsulated in the art of the deal, and the myth of the businessman notwithstanding the 6 bankruptcies. I think it's a mistake to think that this is a grand scheme that's all coming together. But I do think portions of it are part of a grand scheme, which is to do as much as possible, as quickly as possible, see where the chips fall, and seize the opportunities that that seem to arise. I think the administration has been relatively lucky so far, but their track record over the last couple of weeks has been abysmal in court, where they lose sort of 9 out of 10 at this stage of the game, which is a slightly lower rate than they lost in the president's first term, when I think he was 63 for 64, and he's won a few this time. And frankly, the ones that he's won, probably he deserved to win in terms of the Constitution, because as we discussed earlier, the courts can't remedy every reckless move he makes. They can only remedy the ones that raise constitutional issues or are clearly in violation of the statutes. And there are gray areas, and there are also areas that are exclusively entrusted to him, like we discussed before, the security clearances. So
in like 5 years, we're gonna find out such nasty things that he was doing. That's what always happens with criminals. Like they go back, and once the bars are once they're actually behind the bars and stuff, it's just crazy. Like all the crazy stuff starts to come out. Pinot Noir. Pinot Noir. Fast car. Caviar. Oh, kitty. I love my kitty. She's such a good little kitty. Yeah, you done, kitty? Goodbye. Okay, I came in here because I had contraband. Yeah, this ended, did it? I guess not.
He's going to win some, but he has made very plain what his priorities are, and his priorities are to do as much of what he wants as the courts will let him get away with, and then to denigrate the courts with the hope that he'll be able to recapture even that territory.
I don't know if they planned it to take on immigration to be the thing that they were going to fight with the judge with, but they do seem to relish it. The idea, right, that the judge is letting gang members who they say are terrorists, and the comments that they make to reporters seem to sort of be bring it on if you want to have a fight over this issue.
Well, it's interesting because, I mean, their argument, one of the arguments, that they make, and actually they said in court, which was, a judge shouldn't, prevent the president from, doing what he was elected to do. Well, what does that mean? I mean, seriously. He was elected, to do a lot of things: fix immigration, fix the economy, do some important things in both those fields. Many of which probably needed to be done. But he wasn't elected to do it lawlessly. It wasn't that he was elected to do it by any means. Americans, have been raised on the on the principle that due process applies here, that no man is above the law, and that we will do the right thing. It may be harsh in the end, but whatever that harsh result is will have been insulated, from wrong by due process. And this administration has decided to remove the due process from the analysis and just go straight from whatever their whim is to action.
A lot of presidents have had conflicts with the court or not like Supreme Court decisions and have been critical of them. Is there something different that you see in the way that President Trump is approaching, especially the judge in this case?
Sure. If you go back in history, the Warren Court, for example, in the 60s and 70s, what took on a lot of water from conservatives primarily in terms of the expansion of various freedoms under the Bill of Rights, right to counsel, among them civil rights, other things where the world changed quickly as it should have. And there was a great deal of criticism and a great deal of political rhetoric, not entirely dissimilar to what's going on now, but it was never in the sense of that it was never to the extent that the entire concept of three co-equal branches was threatened. Here, the difference, I think, is we've gone way beyond criticism of the judicial process and liberal judges, conservative judges, or conservative principles, liberal principles, beginning to dominate into whether the judiciary should even be a restraint on the presidency. And I think that's the primary distinction I would draw from the last 70 days that we have never really had before in America. And that's something that's a debate that we shouldn't be having, because without the judiciary to restrain overreach by the executive branch, we have a totalitarian, authoritarian system.
Do you know Judge Boasberg?
I don't, but I oddly am aware of him because of his time in the U.S. Attorney's Office, where he tried a lot of homicide cases. When I was a federal prosecutor, because I was in Maryland, where there are a lot of government facilities and a lot of government property, uncharacteristically for federal prosecutors, I ended up trying a number of murder cases. He ended up trying a number of murder cases. So I did follow his career when he was in the U.S. Attorney's Office, where he was a really highly regarded homicide prosecutor. So I don't know him, but I've been aware of him since he was an assistant U.S. attorney.
And a radical left lunatic?
This is somebody who, at least to my knowledge, and certainly within the circle of lawyers that I know who know him well, find that sort of laughable. I mean, that as we know, Justice Kavanaugh is one of his closest friends, former law school roommate. They vacation together. He's made the rulings I think I addressed earlier, where he ruled for Trump against the IRS, ruled against Hillary Clinton in a matter of serious consequence in the 2016 election, and has had other far-reaching, significant rulings that favored conservatives or Trump himself. So there's nothing in his background, until he asked a couple of questions that, frankly, the statute required him to ask, that would have ever gotten his ire from a conservative. And how he got labeled as a rogue leftist judge with TDS. I think. Well, I don't know, but it's silly. Keep in mind, this is also, Trump always talks about how he was an Obama-appointed judge. That's true. He was elevated from his initial judgeship by Obama to the current judgeship that he had, but his original judgeship was from George W. Bush. So I think the the fallacies in terms of the attempt to stigmatize him with the rhetoric from this White House I just think it's silly.
Trump has said he would follow court order, but people around him, Tom Honan, has said, I don't care what the judge thinks. There's this talk that has begun that the judges can't rein him in this area, and talk has begun. Will he not comply with a court order? What do you make that discussion is going on?
I think the fact that we're even having that discussion shows how far we've slipped as a nation, just in a short period of time. It would have been unthinkable, even a year ago that that a president wouldn't follow a court order. Now it's being talked about as though it's a 50-50 ball. I don't think that the country would stand for it. I certainly hope they wouldn't stand for it. Would he be impeached? Probably not. Not in this environment, and certainly not in the with the current political makeup of the House of Representatives. But could it bring about changes and maybe rally some more U.S. senators to vote as they did yesterday on the Canadian tariffs with the Democrats against what's obviously bad policy, perhaps?
And is Trump capable of it, of not following the court order? Do you see that as a possibility?
Well, I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball on that. In terms of capability of lawlessness, perhaps. But ideally he'll find other fish to fry if thwarted by a court order and adhere to a court order. And ideally, somebody, I'm not sure who it would be in this White House, but somebody may urge him to follow the law.
Describe all of the things that we've talked about, from the Justice Department, from Congress, from inspector generals, from these attacks on the judge. I mean, how high are the stakes at this moment?
Never been higher in American history.
Explain why you say that. What is at stake?
What's at stake is the structure of our democracy. We've gone 240 plus years or more in terms of the execution of this experiment with three co-equal branches of government. It's out of balance now. The judiciary stands between Trump and Trump as president or Trump as king, and that's what's at risk.
Do you think that the judiciary can, on its own, handle that moment of crisis?
We don't know. The judiciary doesn't have an army. They don't have an independent ability to enforce their orders. The judiciary is sort of alone in this battle because Congress is sidelined, and we'll have to wait and see.
How hard a position is somebody like John Roberts?
Let's get some ice water. I'll be right back.
In this moment, knowing that there's this talk and threat of maybe not complying, that there's attempts to, be very critical of the judiciary. How difficult is the moment that he faces, that the Supreme Court faces?
So that's a very hard question to answer for a variety of reasons, and foremost among the reasons that makes it difficult is for most of the justices, and certainly for Chief Justice Roberts, these issues, while weighty and more consequential than others in history, don't get analyzed that way. The pressure of any one particular decision to the justices who do this best is really no different than the easier decisions. I mean, because they follow their oath, they analyze the law, and they do what they think the law requires, or to the extent that what the law requires inadequate, either enhance it or modify it in some way to fit the circumstance in a ethical, deliberative in a manner that is not freelancing or imposing their own will. And so, is it a difficult position? Yes. Are the times unprecedented, urgent, and consequential? Yes. Will that affect whether they do the right thing? I don't think so.
And when Justice Roberts issues the statement about Trump, the president's statements about impeachment, what does that tell you?
So, if you look at the statement, I think it's only 2 sentences, and it didn't single anybody out, and it wasn't directed, it didn't, call out any individual, but it made the simple point that since the inception of our republic, that the appropriate response to judicial order with which you disagree is the appellate process. That's a fact. That's a given. That's at the cornerstone of, that's one of the cornerstones of American democracy, and certainly the most appropriate description of what the process should be. So was it a pointed reminder? Sure it was. Was it necessary? Obviously, Chief Justice Roberts thought so, just as he did when it was early in Trump's first term, when there was a lot of rhetoric from the White House about Obama judges and Clinton judges, and he issued a similar statement about how we don't have Obama judges, Clinton judges, Bush judges. We have a bunch of people devoted to the Constitution, trying to do the best job they can. I mean, that's a inelegant paraphrase of what I'm sure he said more appropriately.
The president's supporters have said, sure, maybe impeachment would not work, but just holding hearings, threatening to close the D.C. circuit or replace it with something else sends a message to those judges. Do you think that and then there's all the rhetoric around it, do you think that kind of strategy works? Does it worry you?
Sure. I mean, again, transactional, mob boss strategy. Yes. I mean, it's, intended to intimidate, intended to undermine institutions other than the presidency, and intended to inflate the power of the presidency.
And it sounds like a real test for them at this moment.
Yeah, and I apologize, I just have this sort of intellectual resistance to that, because I had the great privilege of being the Chief Justice's partner for many, many years. Somebody I don't always agree with, but somebody who I respect every day. And knowing him and the love that he has for the country and the seriousness with which he approaches his task and responsibilities, I think he would be the first to tell you that these decisions are all important, but all the decisions that they make are important, and he has to bring the same intellectual rigor and honesty and highest ethics imaginable to each of those tasks individually.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
Sure.
So we were talking at one point about what Trump looks for in a lawyer, or how he views lawyers, right?
Right.
And you shared a story that you says it all, explains it all. Can you tell me what your personal experience kind of revealed about what Trump sees in a lawyer, and that story specifically?
Sure. So the president has a lot of experience with lawyers. Roy Cohn was the lawyer that he mentioned the most during our interactions of his historical lawyers, and he admired Roy Cohn's fearlessness as the president perceived it, and the results he was able to achieve by largely ignoring the rules. You got the impression from hearing him speak that Roy Cohn had no ethical restraints, and I think that anybody who's watched the McCarthy hearings would probably share that view. And it was also very clear that Trump admired the extent to which Roy Cohn would do anything for a client, anything. And that's not a lawyer's job. While it wasn't intended as such, I did have an occasion at the White House when the president was frustrated with me. I'm sure he was frustrated on more than one occasion, but on one occasion, he expressed his frustration by telling me that, or commenting to me that, "You're no Roy Cohn." I now have that phrase on a placard above my home office desk. I think that was probably the highest praise I've gotten professionally in my career.
This morning we talked to Steve Bannon, who said that the Justice Department was weaponized against Trump, and that all he's doing now is just trying to balance the ledger. Your thoughts about that? You think Trump was that the Justice Department was weaponized against Donald Trump when you were working with him?
I think it's very difficult if you're the target of that investigation to view that as other than weaponization. So I think, there's a basis there to, feel victimized if you're the target. And then the president, I know, obviously did feel victimized, and certainly his passionate supporters like Steve Bannon took it to a even greater extreme. So that's why it makes that a difficult question to answer. I think I wouldn't say that the Justice Department was weaponized, but I think the process was ugly. But the process is often ugly, and this is so much different than that, though. What's going on here in terms of suggesting that what Jack Smith did was somehow the product of weaponization? It's not like January 6th didn't happen, and it's not like it didn't happen on TV. So it's very hard for me to equate the Russia investigation, where I can sort of understand how you would take that personally, with these things that he actually did, and it's undeniable that he did, and then say that this is somehow the weaponization of the Justice Department when they were just doing their job. Was the Justice Department weaponized against Spiro Agnew and John Mitchell and Ehrlichman and Haldeman and those guys? No, they did what they were charged with. They were found guilty. They went to trial or pled guilty. Yes, they were prosecuted, but that's being prosecuted or being investigated and being charged is much different than suffering a weaponized Justice Department. And I think the weaponization rhetoric is, again, that's part of the rewriting of history. Rather than see these uncontested factual allegations that constitute crimes, and have history remember that, they would prefer that history see this as a Justice Department vendetta, but it wasn't.
So when people complain about Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, and Bannon says, "Wait a minute, who was Bobby Kennedy? He was Jack Kennedy's brother, of all things. Who was Eric Holder? He was Barack Obama's best friend." Why are we so exorcised about Bondi and Patel? What's the difference?
Well, so the difference to me is, and I guess Holder came closer to this line than I would have preferred when he described himself as Obama's wingman. And I know Eric, and I like him, and I think he, did the best job he could. But I think that was, that was a little too cavalier. I think in terms of the relationships that most Americans expect between an independent Justice Department and Attorney General and the White House, particularly in the wake of Watergate. But when Bondi, introduced the president at the Great Hall of Justice and made a point about how the Justice Department was with him, I think that's a line that shouldn't exist. I mean, it's they're not supposed to be with him. They're supposed to preserve and protect the Constitution, and if he violates the law, he should suffer the consequences. And that's not the impression that you have. Now, Kash Patel is very difficult to talk about rationally, because if you compare him to Bobby Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy actually was a pretty good lawyer, and his experience in government dwarfed Kash Patel's, and the respect with which he was held by his peers was real. I mean, I guess the distinction I'm talking about there is, Bondi on paper and by experience is qualified to be the Attorney General, and hopefully she'll get her footing. I was more optimistic when she was appointed than I am today, but ideally she'll find her footing and do better. Probably, I'm sure my feelings were complicated by how relieved I was that it would be anybody but Matt Gaetz.
When you talk about what Bondi said, why does that matter to Americans? Help us understand why that really matters to a lot of people who aren't following this every day and haven't grown up in the law and don't understand even what we mean by, lawfare and all of those phrases. What does it mean when the Attorney General, the chief law enforcement officer in the country, says something like that to her staff?
Well, I think it for those of us with little or no or gray hair who survived Watergate, it brings back the specter of those days where John Mitchell's obvious loyalty was to Nixon, and that was in large part what provoked that constitutional crisis. I think, certainly prior to that time, and certainly definitely subsequent to that time, Americans expected that the Justice Department would be independent and that no man would be above the law. That's not the philosophy of this administration, and it doesn't appear to be the philosophy of the Justice Department.
There's my last question, sir. We've talked to maybe 20 people now about this in Washington, outside of Washington. They talk about a feeling of fear in Washington among the lawyers of all people, and among many other people in the government right now. Do you feel that? Do you sense that in all your experience coming in and out of Washington right now? Is fear palpable, and why?
So, yes, fear is palpable. Why? People who have only because of the nature of the duties imposed upon them by the offices that they inhabited, crossed Trump or been adversarial to him, have been fired, ridiculed, endangered by the visceral, vengeful rhetoric of the president and his supporters. I don't think those are complicated questions.
So your friend, John Robert, is going to face a moment, it's almost inevitable, they tell us, where one of them's going to have to blink. Is he the fearful type?
No. I don't think I've ever met a intellectually more honest or dutiful lawyer, jurist, person than John Roberts. But having said that, he may not. He's not gonna. It will never be about him. You know, it's not. This isn't going to be, Russell Crowe and Commodus or whatever it was in the Gladiator. That's not the way Roberts perceives himself or his role. And frankly, if he ever had that thought, he'd probably resign on the spot. He definitely. There's nothing easy about being the Chief Justice, and there's certainly nothing easy about being the Chief Justice in these times. But he doesn't see his role as to vanquish evil. He sees his role as to properly interpret the Constitution consistent with the trust that with which the founders created the position that he occupies. And it may be that in so doing, he doesn't go as far, as some people would wish. And it may be that, it imposes an obligation upon him to announce results that he believes are dictated by the Constitution that aren't popular, as was the case in the immunity decision.
So it may not be a yes or no proposition in the future.
Well, I think it will be whatever the Constitution dictates in his honest view. I mean, I think that's I know that sounds like a hedge, but it's not. I mean, that's how he sees his task. I believe that's how he sees his task. I haven't talked to him in, over a decade, I'm sure, and so I don't have any, unique recent insights on that, but there's nobody I have greater respect for.
Gucci Mane and Ye both suffer from bipolar disorder.
Kanye, what's the best part about being a dad?
I got the most handsome baby.
But in the clips you just showed, they both look normal.
Yeah, I know. That's the entire point.
Because bipolar disorder is really all around you. Seriously, you probably work with someone who has bipolar disorder and you would never know. For example, bipolar could be this.
He transcended college football and also sports.
Delonte West with a big shot.
But so can this.
Sometimes I won't leave my room for a month at a time.
Because I see you, I always see you over here.
And this is a personal video for me because I suffer from it too. And with Gucci and Ye, we really get two perfect examples of what bipolar disorder can look like, simply because of how it's managed. Imagine all of a sudden, everything just magically seems to make sense. You now have more motivation than you know what to do with, and you feel like you just can't lose. You don't need much sleep, and you can't sleep anyways, because there are way too many important things to do right now. The ideas are just hitting your brain incredibly fast, and they all sound amazing. Let me paint the picture for you. It's 3 a.m., you're 30 years old, and out of nowhere, something clicks. You need to start skateboarding again. It's called hypomania, and it feels good, but it can be really destructive too. You're going to take this thing very seriously. You're going to get good again, and in order to do this, you're going to build an entire skate park in your backyard. Now, within 30 minutes of that idea landing in your head, you've already spent $4,000 on lumber, metal, tools, and all the gear to make it happen. Your girl is sleeping right next to you, and the sad part is you didn't even bother to talk to her about any of the things you're doing and all this money you're spending. When she wakes up and sees the bank account, she's absolutely furious, but here's the scary part, you don't even feel bad. All she's doing is irritating you because clearly she doesn't see the vision. The goal is to start skateboarding again, and right now she's getting in the way. God, is she ever annoying, bro? Like, she has no idea how dope this park is gonna be. Absolutely no one will get in the way of what you got going on right now, which is why you're going to Best Buy to get a camera so that we can film the skateboarding. Now, I still don't think the camera was a bad idea because I used it to start this channel, but it spent years collecting dust. Oh yeah, by the way, you also started investing in cryptocurrency and you're training to run a marathon. You've already spent another $1,000 on running shoes and gear. You see, this is all part of a bigger plan that they just don't understand. If you're able to channel this into just one task, you could get a lot done, you can make amazing things, but more times than not, you're working on a lot of different things and you're not really getting anything done. This phase can last a few days or sometimes weeks, and the risky behavior just seems to grow with it. Drug use is very common during these episodes, and it obviously makes things even worse. Usually the longer it goes on, the bigger pile of shit you leave behind.
What goes on? I know one day it's got to come down.
What goes up must come down, and when it does go down, it gets extremely ugly. Did you really think that all that energy that you had was free? Because that is not how this works. You didn't earn that energy, you basically borrowed it. You took out a loan against your future self. You drained the bank, there's nothing left. You feel hollow, soulless, and pathetic. So now it's time to completely vanish. Lock the doors, close the curtains, and get the bedroom as dark as possible. You are literally nothing like the person you were a few days ago. You are the complete and utter opposite. Just days ago, you would carry on a long conversation with a complete stranger, but now the last thing you want to do is talk to any human being. Reality has finally hit you. Everything you said, everything you did, and the damage you caused along the way. There's a heavy amount of shame and embarrassment, and it gets worse if you cheated on your girl or you got arrested, got in a fight, like, you know, all those things happened to me many times. You start deleting all the Facebook posts you made about the cryptocurrency coins that you felt would make you rich. Eventually, you shut your phone off completely because every few seconds you're reminded more and more of how unrealistic you acted. Now your backyard is full of half-built skateboard ramps. You invested a bunch of money in crypto, cameras, and running gear. Thousands of dollars you didn't have, spent during a moment you really couldn't control. I can't even put into words how low you feel at this point.
I think you are describing impulse. What is that? Like you have like impulse disorder. What is that called? Impulse disorder. Fuck.
You missed several days of work during this episode.
Isn't there an impulse disorder where you just want to do something? Right? Yeah, it's impulse disorder. I don't think you're describing OCD. Yeah, you're describing ICD, not obsessive. Yep, gambling, stealing, fire starting, sudden aggression, right? And people have this sort of stuff like pyromania and stuff. You're describing ICD, not OCD.
And now,
but you're talking about getting obsessed with something, and that is OCD. You have this obsessive compulsive disorder. Maybe he's beating around the bush for the script or whatever, but yeah, it's like, yeah, maybe you don't have the best way to deal with your impulses, and you just end up being a slave to your whims. And I've seen people do that. Gonna save here. Wait, what? Yeah, fuck, I went the wrong way, I think. This one didn't clear. Going to quick Sagax.
Now you're going to miss even more.
So OCD gets an idea into your head, and then you chase it. You have manic episodes where you can't stop chasing it. You invest all this stuff because you have impulse control issues.
Or time. You easily ran 10 kilometers a day for a full week straight. However, now, just a few days later, you don't even have the energy to get out of bed to brush your teeth. You haven't brushed your teeth in 5 days, bro. Like, you feel disgusting and worthless. You turn your phone back on, you open Google.
What does that mean, that the tattoo he's got? What's 17.20.21? 17.20.21. He's some kind of red pill coated dude, and this video was supposed to be about like fucking like rappers and stuff, but instead it was just a description of his own life, and I don't like it. I'm going to get off it. This guy unsub. I don't think I did like this. Get off it. So that guy,
a convicted felon was sentenced to more.
So that guy got 32 years for the slaying on Mercer Island or whatever it was.
Then 32 years in prison for the brutal attack of a woman in her Kirkland home. Records show the man was also the prime suspect in a triple murder years earlier, but took a plea deal and got a lesser sentence. KOMO's Lynn Ann Wynn was in court as he was sentenced this afternoon. She's live tonight in Seattle with the latest for us. Lynn Ann?
Preston, back in 2019, Kevin Harper had been released from prison and was working here in King County as a plumber when he robbed a woman in her home at knife point, stabbing her repeatedly.
Years after a brutal attack inside a Kirkland home, the victim is still dealing with physical and mental scars from what happened to her in March 2019. Her attorney reading her statement in court, detailing the severe PTSD, depression, and anxiety she still struggles with years later.
He told me that I would not be able to walk out of my house. To destroy forensic evidence, he poured cleaning solutions on me. To ensure I could not call for help, he took my cell phone. Every action was cold, deliberate, and calculated.
Kevin Lee Harper, who worked as a plumber at the victim's home, robbed her at knife point, taking her jewelry, cash, and credit cards. Then stabbed her multiple times and poured cleaning solution on her, leaving her for dead.
I'm so sorry for what I did to you.
I wish there's redos in life.
You just robbed this lady? You just robbed her.
Years before, Harper was the prime suspect in a triple murder in Yakima County. Court records state he was suspected of bludgeoning 3 people, including a 98-year-old woman to death during a burglary in 2011.
Oh my God, you did an old lady in because she saw you commit a crime. You're so dumb. Never mind, this bummed me out. Get off this stupid shit.
Another surprising twist here in the seemingly never-ending legal saga for Marilyn Manson, who has been tied up in lawsuits for pretty much as long as I can remember now. Even though Manson has moved on with his life, he's gotten healthier, happier, he's been married for years, he has been sober for years now, he's putting on some of his best performances. I mean, in every way, he has moved on with his life in a more positive direction. Manson...
You were straight? I just never got that vibe off you. I guess, yeah, I guess you must have been, huh? But there was, I mean, weren't you? I thought he was trans. I mean, he most of the time I ever saw him, he was in a dress. But now you talk about his wives, and I don't know, whatever. I can't keep up with these crazy people anymore. I really like this band.
A multi-year criminal investigation. His home was raided. It took a very long time for them to investigate him and ultimately come out and conclude they did not have any evidence to charge Manson with any crimes. Now, after a big legal victory for Manson late last year, you have what appears to be a last-ditch effort from one of his accusers' legal team to keep this matter going, and his lawyer is firing back in this situation. Here's what we know. Now first, Manson recently celebrated his birthday a few days ago, surrounded by friends and family. It was a star-studded
Incarceration fest
event, and Manson even took a moment to reflect on that sobriety and looking ahead for what he feels is going to be his biggest year yet in 2026. Now, as for that legal situation, Manson's court win from December could be challenged almost immediately by a new California law that started January 1st. His former assistant, Ashley Walters, is asking an LA judge to revive her dismissed lawsuit, and the whole fight comes down to one basic question. Was her case technically over when the new law kicked in? You'll recall Walters sued Manson in 2021, saying she was abused while working as his assistant in 2010 and 2011. Manson has denied the allegations, and on December 16th, an LA Superior Court judge granted summary judgment for Manson. In plain terms, this means the judge ended the case without a trial. The ruling said Walters' claims were too old to pursue under the statute of limitations, and the court rejected her argument that trauma and repressed memories.
Starfield is my favorite single-player game. It didn't. I'm glad that I don't really say MMO lifestyle anymore, because it's not all the MMO lifestyle anymore.
What's up?
What am I doing here? I'm not really doing anything. I guess I'm like, I guess you DC'd me out or something. I don't really know, but yeah.
I'll be here. Busy.
We'll go to the car wash. I'm trying to go right over there. Okay. I'm out of med packs, so let's go look at emergency kits. 34 of them, not bad. Though, I think it would be better to stack up and use trauma packs first. Yeah, 28 of them. Yeah, we'll use these first. Trauma pack. Fuck is this guy? I like this game more than Skyrim. Fucking awesome. Nice, that was good. I like that fight. It felt good. See, Skyrim, like, Elder Scrolls 6 will have a lot of potential. And I think in the meantime, I'll play Skyblivion when it hits. And I'm actually more excited about that than I thought I was. Because it's like, yeah, I realize now that I want an Oblivion remaster. It's just that engine of theirs is fucking poopy caca. If they can make Skyrim's anniversary engine run Skyblivion really fucking well, I think, like, you know, on that nice engine of theirs, I think that could be a much better game. I don't know. Maybe I'll just buy Oblivion Remastered. It's probably, like, better in the end. The combat's probably better. I know Skyrim combat sucks. Maybe more than that Oblivion Remaster engine. Hit scan. I love this game now. It's like, I'm glad I gave it the chance. The best games, you've got to get over the blocks in your own mind. You got to be like, oh, I don't really want to like deprive myself of this great game or whatever, because I know it sucks with all this Bethesda problems, but I was going to deprive myself of this game, but no, it was actually a really good game. Oh yeah, so I guess he's gonna go down for this, huh? Was he like a rapist or what?
Gave her extra time to sue. Now Walters is coming back with a new angle.
There's
in a new
another
filing,
one?
She says California's AB 250 should reopen the case. That law took effect the New Year's Day and creates a 2-year revival window for certain sexual assault claims that would otherwise be time-barred. Walter's side argues that the law applies to any case that was still pending on January 1st. They say that even though the judge ruled in 2025, a final judgment hadn't been entered yet, and they point out that Warner's lawyers didn't give notice of their intent to file a proposed dismissal order until January 5th. So you basically got 3 dates that matter. December 16th, when the summary judgment was granted, January 1st, when this new law comes out and is enshrined in law, and then when the defense signaled it was moving towards a formal dismissal order, which was on January 5th. Walters is asking the judge to either vacate the summary judgment ruling or let her amend her lawsuit to reflect AB 250. In the filing, her side argues that the court should just deal with this now instead of forcing an appeal first, writing, quote, "For judicial efficiency, the judge should act now rather than send everyone up to a higher court and back." Now, the revival window for this law runs from January 1st to December 31st, 2027 for claims that would have otherwise been statute of limitations because they had expired. In Walter's lawsuit, she alleges Manson offered her a job in 2010 after complimenting her photography and suggesting a collaboration. She says that she was later subjected to abuse and unwanted sexual conduct. Manson denies any wrongdoing, and now his attorney is firing back. Howard King told Rolling Stone, Ashley Walters' meritless claim has now been dismissed twice, and said he's confident her new motion, based on what he called an inapplicable statute, will fail. And Walter's lawyers told Rolling Stone the law did not become effective until January 1st and said it could not have been raised before the date. They also said the judge granted a request to set a hearing on the issue. This case has already been up and down in the courts. The judge dismissed Walter's lawsuit back in May of 2022, as we covered, but she won an appeal in December of 2023, which allowed the case to keep moving forward. It had been headed for a trial that had been set for this month before that December 16th ruling ultimately ended it. But the bigger picture here is this isn't happening in a vacuum. In January of last year, the LA County District Attorney's Office, of course, said it would not file criminal charges against Manson after this investigation went on for years, citing statute of limitations for domestic violence allegations and saying prosecutors couldn't prove any of the sexual assault charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And on the civil side, other cases around Warner have ended in different ways. Actor Esme Bianco settled her lawsuit with him in January of 2023, the terms not disclosed. Manson also dropped his defamation lawsuit against Evan Rachel Wood and agreed to pay her legal fees in 2024. So there's going to be a hearing with the judge on this case about whether or not this can revive the lawsuit because of this new law, which was enacted on January 1st. We've seen so much happening with Manson, people protesting his shows, both here in the US and abroad in Europe. We even saw a show for him recently canceled. The show wasn't canceled due to low ticket sales, I'll tell you that. There's a lot of people wanting to see Manson live. It was because a local government in one of these European countries got involved and shut down that show. So this situation's still not ending, but Manson really going very strong right now. Saw him live multiple times last year. Really great performance, and he is proceeding his life in a more positive direction, sober, healthy, putting on great shows, focusing on the music. So that's where we stand on that. That's your latest update here from Rockfeed. Be sure to...
It seems like he's like more worried about Manson's like health than he is about this like shit that he did.
Protests took place across Seattle today following 2 shootings involving federal agents this week. One protest was held at U Village this morning. As you can see, people held signs along both sides of the street. The second happened in Renton. A decent crowd showed up with signs to protest the ICE and Border Patrol activity in both Portland and in Minneapolis. Protests also continuing this weekend in Portland. On Thursday, 2 Venezuelan immigrants were shot by federal agents during a traffic stop. The Department of Homeland Security suspects the man and woman of being affiliated with a Venezuelan transnational gang. Protesters say the recent shootings are raising safety concerns.
It really hits home, and you realize how you're not safe.
A DHS spokesperson said that the shooting was in self-defense. In Minneapolis, at least 30 people were detained overnight after crowds of several hundred people gathered to protest the deadly ICE shooting there. Protesters rallying against the shooting death of 37-year-old Renee Good.
How do you think your childhood
impacted your adulthood?
I'm an only child, and my mother, after my parents split up, was very much not home. So I think that it taught me to be very self-reliant and trust my instincts and be responsible. And also because I kind of grew up in a lower income neighborhood and environment. I think a lot of people sometimes don't like to leave their comfort zone, even if their comfort zone is bad. So they just repeat the cycle. And I made a decision pretty early on that I did not want to stay there. So I used it as fuel to get out and, have a nice house and, be able to buy whatever I wanted at the grocery store kind of thing.
There were some pivotal moments from what I can see in your childhood. One was being raped at the age of 9, and the other was not being believed. Would you agree that they were moments that said to you, I'm never going to have this happen to me ever again?
It wasn't, the worst part wasn't necessarily not being believed. It was, no one cared. That was a bigger deal. No one ever cared about me or what I did or what happened. So that was the hard part, I think.
That's devastating, I think, as a child too.
When you're very small, yeah. But you have two options: let it break you, or let it make you stronger.
There's a story you tell which I think is almost adult stormy, and that is, I think you're 11, and you're at your girlfriend's house, and you go to the bathroom, and you hear them talking about you.
I was actually much younger than 11. 11 when I got my horse. That was probably around the age of maybe 8 or 9.
And you were going to the bathroom and you heard them talking about you.
Right. I was staying at my friend's house, and I went, across the hall to use the bathroom. And that tone, as even now, but especially when you're a kid, that hush tone when you hear grown-ups talking, and you know that by the level of their voice, they're talking about something that they don't want you to hear, so immediately you want to hear it more than anything. So I just remember, I could tell there were these hush whispers, so whatever they were talking about had to be good. And I crept around the corner, and I just remember hearing them asking my friend's mother why she let her play with me, because it was bad news and trash, and I was never going to amount to anything, and I can't remember all of the conversation. I couldn't hear all of it, but it was pretty upsetting, because I'd never thought. That was the moment that I realized that people thought of different people, different classes, or you know what I mean? Because up until that point, I just figured everybody was the same.
But you went to the bathroom, you looked in the mirror, and you said something.
Yeah. I mean, it was it was definitely pretty traumatic. It's like I'm gonna prove these people wrong.
In essence, that's what you
Yeah.
meant when you said, fuck you.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know I could say that. I'm sorry. I was trying to say that without. Okay. Sorry.
But yeah, as a child, it hurt.
Of course. And this was, these were people that I'd known and been at their house every day as my best friend's parents. I'd had dinner with them, and to find out the whole time that they never wanted me there. It sucks.
And do you think it did change you, that moment?
Oh, absolutely. It definitely did. It made me question every single person I knew, especially their parents, and that carries over even now. Moms and dads usually are not big Stormy fans. But, back then it was because, I came from a bad area, or my mom was whatever. People told about her, and then it was because I was a stripper, and then it was because I was, independent. I moved out when I was 17 and had a car, and, they could just sense that I was gonna inspire their little babies to leave home and talk back or whatever. And then, of course, I started doing porn, so that's just
You gravitated to stripping by accident almost.
Oh yeah, for sure. It was, it just wasn't something I knew anything about. So it wasn't planned. I met someone and that's what she did, and we got to talking, and I went to visit her at the club one night, and it was a really slow night, and I've since learned that one of the best nights for strippers on a slow night is when a new girl comes in and they get to play dress up. And so that's kind of how I got on stage to do a guest set.
It was a place that gave you more than money, though, wasn't it? You found love and support.
So ballroom penumbra.
Yes, for sure. It gave me independence, freedom, friends who weren't judgmental, which was really important, and then just very fundamental beauty tips as well.
But there seemed to be a bit of mothering in there as well.
Oh, for sure. It was there's gentlemen's clubs, and then there's strip clubs, and then there's titty bars, and this was like the lowest of the low. So I was a good probably 20 years younger than most of the girls in there. 30 or 40 years younger than some of them. One in particular, I know, made a joke one of the first nights I was there that I was the same age as her granddaughter. And so they were very protective, and I learned a lot of good dirty jokes too.
So you didn't feel uncomfortable, you didn't feel
Always
out
a
of
plus.
place. You didn't ever think to yourself, this is not the place for me?
Not one single time. I know that a lot of girls are comfortable with being naked, and they always freak out about having to dance alone on stage with everybody staring at them. That's what most girls who start stripping are most afraid of. But I had been a dancer. Dance team in high school, ballet dancer, had taken tap and ballet since I was 4, so the dancing part was easy. And I just remember like the first time going on stage, and there's that like 3 seconds where I took my top off for the first time, and nobody booed or threw tomatoes. And so from then on, it was like, this is excellent, because I love to dance and it's fun, and it was, no one could really touch you, and I made enough money in 2 nights that I didn't have to quit going to school or get like a regular job. Which, the most important thing was so that I didn't have to sell my horse.
Yes, actually, we should demystify the business a bit. It is